G'day, mate. 40 here. So we have a terror attack in New Orleans by a truck that appears to have been carrying an ISIS flag, and the truck entered the United States just 2 days ago. So one single person can disrupt life for hundreds of thousands. And so we should be very careful about who we allow into this country. And when someone commits a violent crime, they should be put away for a very long time, because most violent crimes are committed by a tiny percentage of the population who repeatedly offend, and we do not sufficiently punish them and remove them from polite society. We had someone pushed onto the subway tracks in New York City by some mentally ill person who needs to be kept away from decent society. And let's get a burst here from Fox News.
A truck crash in New Orleans as an act of terrorism. The Bureau is acting as the lead investigative agency in this case. Now they're looking to see if the improvised explosive devices found near the scene were possibly viable. Let's bring in Jason Pack, former FBI agent and hostage negotiator. Jason, what based on what we know, and it's a very fluid situation, what is your immediate reaction, and what questions do you want answered about this in this coming up press conference?
Well, thanks, Griff. It is an interesting question, and what I've learned being a part of a lot of these over the past 20 years or so is initial information always turns out maybe to not be what we think.
So we do know a lot about the New Orleans Police Department, and it is incompetent. It's been destroyed by affirmative action. Same with the United States Secret Service. So we know more about the U.S. Secret Service agent who was the lead advance agent in charge, right? Where's her name here? She had very little experience, and her name is Mayo Soti Perez, right? She'd been assigned as the site agent for the rally in Butler, and she was simply not up to the job. And we've got some photos of her right here. She's this lady here on the left, apparently. And then she had a counterpart who apparently was the fat lady in a lot of these photos. So this is the site agent, right? Miyamoto Perez, apparently this woman on the left, lead advance agent. This is the site agent. So is that this woman? Is this Meredith Bank? All right, there's just so much we don't know yet about people who are in charge, but we know that the two primary agents in charge of the Trump rally were women, and that they were incompetent. So did the Secret Service deliberately assign incompetent agents to look after Donald Trump's security? President Joe Biden, he ensured that it was primarily male agents who were running his security details. So Meredith Bank was the lead advance agent responsible for coordinating with local police. So is she the chubby lady who was hiding behind Donald Trump when the attack went down? Right, simply incompetent agents. And was Donald Trump assigned deliberately incompetent agents? So diversity, equity, inclusion has considerably diminished the competency of the United States Secret Service. We know that the New Orleans Police Department has similarly been devastated by affirmative action rather than merit running much of its hiring.
And they had to implement them, but they plan for these things. And so I think the law enforcement folks in touch with the folks on Bourbon Street and largely the folks there at the Sugar Bowl, they'll get the right information to them at the right time. So I want to be concerned, but you don't want the terrorists to win, right? You want to make sure we can go on and live life and do our things. If this, in fact, was terrorism.
Oh, great. Thanks a lot. Great cutting edge analysis there from Fox News. So it does appear that the truck, at least, that deliberately was driven into a crowd of people, killing at least 10 so far, just entered the United States 2 days ago. And this attack bears all the hallmarks of a terror attack. And let's talk honestly about the way people work. The world outside of us is way too big and has way too many variables to accurately compute. And so the way we operate is on a default of no. And when you see terror attacks carried out by Muslims or by people on the alt-right, that leads large segments of the population simply to say no to these groups. We want absolutely nothing to do with them. So I'm curious if Donald Trump will implement his immigration and visa ban on 7 majority Muslim nations. Now, if this is a Muslim terrorist, he's more likely to come from someplace in the Middle East, right? It's not likely to come from Thailand. So there are all sorts of majority Muslim nations that do not produce terrorists. So Islam does not have an essential quality everywhere it shows itself in the world, and it just launches furious jihad attacks. No, there are certain countries, certain Islamic countries that are far more likely to produce people who launch jihad attacks, and other majority Muslim countries that do not launch terror attacks. So there's not an essential unchanging quality to Islam, to Judaism, to Christianity. The different religions manifest differently depending on the culture where they take root. So we'll keep an eye, obviously, on that story. But there was a good news story from my perspective in Politico a few days ago about the vibe shift, that Donald Trump's victory was both a cause of and an effect of. So we had all sorts of trends in the culture that predicted a Donald Trump victory. For example, Republicans won about 53% of House of Representative votes in 2022. And they won a 3% national victory in House of Representative votes in 2024. So there was widespread conservative leanings in the American culture prior to Donald Trump's victory. The right has been consistently winning culture war battles since about 2021, the first time that I remember that the right has been consistently winning culture war struggles. We remember Target scaling back its LGBTQ merchandise ahead of Pride Month earlier this year. There was a conservative backlash to companies such as Target promoting LGBTQ merchandise. We have more and more companies concerned about a conservative backlash than they were a few years ago. Yeah, all sorts of problems noted in the chat with the incompetence of the law enforcement operating in New Orleans and how that just continually brings chaos. This is just the latest they were a few years ago example. All right, some sharp comments here in the chat. Let me run through them. State police failed to install the post 9/11 ground barricades or stop a train. If you go to Google Maps, you can see what they look like. They can stop an 18-wheeler. All that overtime being paid to Louisiana State Police, and they failed at the most basic security measures. So New Orleans consistently seems to exhibit the least competent governance and least competent law enforcement. Louisiana is the one state in the nation that demonstrates far more French and Roman Catholic influence than Anglo and Protestant influence. So the least competent, the least corrupt countries in the world consistently tend to be countries filled with people of Northern European origins, also known as Protestant countries. So a lot to keep an eye on there. So one way that Donald Trump can immediately make the government work more effectively and our economy work more effectively is to continue to pressure companies to dial back on promoting affirmative action. And Stephen Miller's America First group was very good at going after law firms that promoted affirmative action and sued them for discriminating against white men. And law firms tend to be the most risk-averse of businesses. And so once you encourage law firms to dial back on diversity, equity, and inclusion, that has large knock-on effects. Yeah, Catholic Church has largely had the run of the state. So wherever you see in the United States the Catholic Church having political dominance, you always see inordinate amounts of corruption. Not necessarily something inherent in the Catholic Church, but Roman Catholicism, when it dominates, it is a corporate structure. It's not as diverse as Protestantism, where you have many different power centers. So when you have Roman Catholic dominance in American cities, right, then all the major sources of power tend to be aligned with Roman Catholicism, and they tend to behave in a corrupt manner. I can't think of any Catholic-dominated cities in the United States that don't have inordinate amounts of corruption. Tell me where I'm wrong. So we also see a resurgence in preppy culture and fashion. Ralph Lauren sweaters with American flags embroidered on the coats, expensive barn coats. Right, it's become more fashionable to embrace patriotic symbols in the United States the last few months. Democrats are now shying away from portraying Donald Trump as some cartoonish villain or con man, or saying that he's a billionaire out of touch. Right, they're far more willing now to say that they're looking for ways to work with Donald Trump. And you don't hear a lot from Democrats right now about becoming the party of the Trump resistance. Chicago is a hardcore Democratic town, and it's not unusual to see red Make America Great hats when you're walking around Chicago. That would have been unheard of 8 years ago. Trump is not as culturally toxic as he was the first time around. People on the left and institutions on the left tend to occupy the high ground in American culture. So we're seeing a substantial subset of the culture that now likes Donald Trump and likes his persona and likes that he's off color and likes that he's not scripted. Corporations, institutions are wary of the potential consequences of defying the Trump administration, so they're dialing back diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. Do companies want to cross Donald Trump on that matter? We've seemed to have moved past peak woke. Right? The average non-ideological American does not feel the same social pressure to defer to woke positions that they did, say, between 2017 and 2021. Right? People feel more at ease taking counter-cultural positions in a way that they did not during the first Trump term. People like that Donald Trump comes across as authentic, and Kamala Harris did not. So, in a sense, Donald Trump's flaws, once viewed as a major liability, have become a strength. Democrats could not shake the label of being the party of cancel culture, party of censorship, the party of institutions, and being too heavily influenced by Hollywood elites. Remember the George Clooney op-ed in the New York Times urging Joe Biden to step aside. You had Kamala Harris leaning on pop culture stars Megan Thee Stallion, Usher, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, all the while losing support from unions and working class voters. Hollywood is probably a little more reluctant to promote racial diversity and promote diversity, equity, inclusion. So it's become seen as a tool that elite, wealthy liberals use to protect their class privilege and to discipline the non-elite who don't agree with them. Democrats find themselves tied culturally to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Female characters pushed in Star Wars. It got a backlash. The promotion of diversity, equity, and inclusion with the U.S. Secret Service seems to have played a significant role in Donald Trump getting shot. And just the promotion of all sorts of left-wing causes, woke causes down the throats of Americans, is now meeting with increasing resistance. So Joe Biden's digital director acknowledged that a whole bunch of popular sports media figures and podcasters declined to host Kamala Harris on their shows. They did not want to associate themselves with the brand of the Democratic Party. Compare that to 2020, when you had all sorts of prominent athletes and sports figures rushing to back Joe Biden and oppose Donald Trump. So Democrats are finding it hard to get a foothold in some parts of the culture and commercial arena, such as professional sports, where the audience seems to skew to the right. And we might see Hollywood pull back from political endorsements in the future. We've got this global right-wing populist nationalist wave. And you'd think that our culture will reflect that. Trump and MAGA have taken on a countercultural appeal. Those who want to oppose the cultural mainstream, they feel more and more emboldened. So it's not cool right now, or it's not subversive to be a Democratic partisan. Democrats are seen as the defenders of the status quo. So there is an edgy and increasingly popular subversiveness to being MAGA. And I'd expect to see that echo throughout the culture.
In that circle of people making these decisions, he's
Right.
the only one that's been elected.
Right, but Nixon's the one who had to say, let everything fly. In the Reagan administration, there would be fights over budget versus tax cuts, or this policy versus that policy, and they would roil and bubble, and then they would rise to the presidential level, and Nixon, Reagan would make
He'd give a speech.
a decision. He'd give a speech,
and then
that
everyone
would
know,
resolve-
okay,
right.
we're going to do that.
Yeah, right.
There's
And
also the other problem with the Biden, it was the timing of the Biden administration's term, because we were coming out of this period of pandemic. Trust in our public institutions and in our federal government in particular was at an all-time low, justifiably, for agencies like the CDC in particular. And he came in saying, I'm going to rebuild, not just that I'm going to be a bridge, but we are the adults in the room. We are going to all get together and we're going to talk to you honestly about what's going on. We're not going to tell you to drink bleach and all these other sort of, ridiculous memes that surrounded Trump's treatment of the pandemic. And they very quickly made it even worse in terms of the trust crisis people had, because he made himself unavailable. The first story that showed that he needed cue cards with the picture of the person in the press corps asking him the question and the actual question, the first time that story came out, I think a lot of Americans went, what is going on? Wait, that's not how an adult behaves when an adult's in the room reassuring the American public. And then his absolute withdrawal from any sort of press scrutiny, refusal to be interviewed, refusal to talk to the press corps, that was an early sign. And that really did, I think, help people understand that Trump coming back made a lot more sense in that context for a lot of regular voters.
let's go back to one final thing, okay? One person in the Democratic Party arose at the end of 2023 to say Biden cannot be president. And if nobody is going to say this, I'll say it. I'm an obscure congressman. My name is Dean Phillips. I'm going to run for president because somebody has to say Biden can't be president. And the people that Matt's talking about, the ones that we should never listen to again, what did they do to Dean Phillips? They made fun of him. They trashed him. They talked about how he was Dear Abby's grandson. And so he was being Dear Abby. I don't know, whatever else.
This is a Commentary Magazine discussion from December 20th.
They said he did something patriotic. He offered the Democratic Party an off-ramp from the disaster the road that it went down in 2024, as inadvertently, in some sense, did Robert Hur. And the phalanx that protected him wasn't Sullivan and Blinken and Ashley Tofanetti, or whatever her name is, Tofuti, and Jill Biden. It was
Press.
MSNBC. It was the White House. It was Phil Bump. It was everybody.
The emperor's court, though. That's the point. They were the two kids who pointed and said the emperor has no brain in this context. Right. But everybody immediately attacked them for that reason. They wanted to maintain proximity to power and the power that they wielded. I think
right. And they're afraid of Trump, and they think, oh my God, if Biden's out, who's going to win? And Kamala's terrible, and I don't know, whatever.
Well, but that's part of, I think that's the other side to something Christine was talking about before about we should cast a cynical eye on the apologies for the lack of coverage. I actually think that one of the motivators of the lack of coverage is that they didn't see, they are apologizing for Trump's victory. They're not sorry that they failed the Republic. They're sorry that they failed the Democratic Party. They're sorry that they didn't get rid of Biden 2 years into his term, or make this switch happen 2 years into his term after the midterms, how the Democrats survived the midterms better than they thought they would, and said, okay, now it's time for transition. And that is what doomed everybody, because eventually, even switching out Kamala that late in the game, now, I don't know if that means Kamala could have won. I'm not going to stretch this into, well, they could have saved the Democrats. I don't know. But all I'm saying is that I think part of their mentality right now is that they feel that they failed to defeat the Republican candidate.
Of course, the Democrats could have defeated the Republicans in 2024. I mean, first of all, history is contingent. So the idea that you can write a rule which you say Biden's the only person who could possibly be president because Kamala Harris is terrible. I mean, fair is fair. Kamala Harris lost the presidency. She lost by 1.5. She lost by exactly the same margin that Trump lost and that Hillary lost in the Electoral College. Given a year, could she have been a better candidate? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe policies would have been different. The entire way 2024 would have gone in policy terms would have been different. Or they could have had an open primary, or they could have had a real contest. Now, why do I say they could have won? Because in 1968, when the president steps down, Johnson, because he doesn't do well in New Hampshire, and suddenly there's a fight between Bobby Kennedy and Gene McCarthy and Hubert Humphrey. And Hubert Humphrey, after Kennedy's assassination, becomes the candidate of the party, the vice president, just like Harris. He loses by 3/4 of a point. In 1976, Gerald Ford has pardoned Nixon. He's 30 points down to Carter in the summer of 1976, according to the Harris poll. Loses by a point. Could have been president. Do we know how 2024 would have gone? This world of sort of press, media, opinionizing, all of that got to this place where they thought that they had to be a palace praetorium protecting Biden because otherwise we were going to get Trump, is not only outrageous and unseemly for.
So we have more and more reports now that the truck was carrying an ISIS flag and the terrorist has been identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar. So remember when Lou Alcindor, the basketball center and great player for the Milwaukee Bucks and the Los Angeles Lakers, he converted to Islam and changed his name to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Well, we've got Shamsud Din Jabbar, and a book on the Los Angeles Lakers from the 1980s made it explicitly clear that for 10, 15 years after Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's conversion to Islam, that he just hated white people. And so white people often just hate outgroups. It's a very normal human predilection to just loathe those who are different from you, and particularly those who threaten you. And now we've got another attack carried out on Americans, slaughtering Americans in the name of Islam. And it's just that very common human default. After you hear enough bad news about a particular group, people start saying, I don't want to hear more about the alt-right. I don't want to hear more about Islam. Enough people have been slaughtered in the name of these ideologies. Enough.
For a press that is theoretically nonpartisan in that way, it's also stupid and ahistorical and embarrassing, because when things change, things change. And when they changed it in the July of 2024, it's not like Trump won 500 electoral votes and 60% of the vote. He won the presidency better than he won it before, and certainly better than he lost it before. But it's not like he ate the country up and she.
So we also have a Cybertruck blowing up outside a Trump hotel in Las Vegas. So top stories: New Orleans terror attack kills 10 incompetent law enforcement in New Orleans and Louisiana like normal. So Fox News reporting that the man who committed the New Orleans terror attack crossed into the United States from Mexico 2 days ago. So why do we have an immigration safety board? Steve Saylor raises this point. Who decided to allow this man into this country? We have an airline safety board. Anytime there's a major airline disaster, we investigate it. Why don't we investigate our immigration system to figure out why we allow people into this country who wreak havoc? And initially, this FBI special agent won't call it terrorist, won't call it terrorism, just calls it an event.
Day in Saipov's case here in New York, it was Halloween. He couldn't gain access to the Halloween parade because of prophylactic measures that the NYPD had taken by parking trucks and other things to secure the event. And so he went along the West Side Highway, called an audible, and did what he did. This is very reminiscent of that, and that is, believe me, the kind of thing that's on the mind of investigators here. The FBI, as we know, has the lead. What they're going to be looking for this to be a terrorist event, and that's still a little vague, is for a connection to a foreign power.
Paul, let me jump in. Fox News can now identify a high-level source within the New Orleans Police Department says officials have identified the suspect who drove the truck. The suspect identified as Samshud Din Jabbar. Now, Jabbar was carrying a Glock pistol and a .308 rifle that had been reportedly stolen in New Jersey. The .308 rifle was equipped with an optics and/or suppressor. There are at least 4 or 5 other suspects involved. That's a big detail right there, identifying, again, the suspect as a Samshud Din Jabbar, but 4 or more individuals also involved. This is becoming a different story, Paul.
Yeah, and that tracks with the information that I've been receiving as well, including the identity. I would caution relative to the other people involved. Let's see how they've confirmed that and where they're going with that. The indicia there may be a little bit soft, and as we've learned so many times in the past, a lot of the early reporting on an event tends to be undermined as things clarify. But certainly the identity does look to be accurate. Doesn't look like he's from the area, but what they're going to be looking for here, and my suspicion is there's likely a manifesto or something like that in the truck or in his home or online. Somehow or other, he's communicated something like that. Because, again, going back to the event that happened here in New York, there was a manifesto.
At Twitter, there's a post. Remember that most native-born Americans these days are just too lazy, just too focused on sleepovers and video games and prom queens to launch a complex terror attack that makes use of vehicles, firearms, and IEDs, causing some mass casualty event. And they removed the barrier weeks ago, right? The city of New Orleans was in the process of installing new barriers, but that work was not due to be completed for some time, and they didn't even put up temporary barriers last night. And then, yes, Tesla Cybertruck explodes at the entrance of Trump International Hotel. So the suspect was carrying an ISIS flag, IEDs, dressed in military uniforms, and he had his pant legs pulled up, which is a common practice among Muslim terrorists, that they don't want their pant legs to touch the ground. So he was carrying a Glock and a .308 rifle stolen in New Jersey. First day action item for Kash Patel, reading on Twitter, coming out within hours to publicly declare this was not a terrorist event is a political move. Yeah, the barriers intended to block terror attacks on Bourbon Street were removed for overhaul in November. And apparently this guy graduated from Central Senior High School in Beaumont, Texas. From one report on Twitter.
Statutes are better. We use them here in New York. We see recently Alvin Bragg charge it in the case of the CEO murder of United Healthcare CEO Thompson. So, you know, these things are fluid right now, but it looks like the FBI has the ticket, and I would guess that they have some indicia here from inside the truck or this guy's background that he had a terrorist intent, and it looks like that's the way this is going.
And as we learn more about the motive, hopefully the officials will be able to tell us. But I think if you put into full context, Paul, it has been a number of years since we had a high-level coordinated terror attack in the U.S. And so we're waking up not only to a tragedy in New Orleans, but what may be a concern of a style of attack that we haven't seen in some time. Now learning that this individual, identified as Samshud Din Jabbar, that was, according to the city council president, dressed in full military garb, armed with a pistol and rifle, and now working with multiple possible accomplices whose whereabouts and identities are yet unknown. Are we at a moment, is this an inflection moment that we have sort of a threat that we've seen in the past now showing up today?
You know, we used to have a saying in NYPD intelligence that the further we got away from 9/11, the closer we got to 9/10. And for those who do this sort of work, this Islamist-inspired terrorism or any terrorism-inspired, however, never goes away. That is your remit, and that's what you're supposed to be doing 24/7. So for the people in the business, this hasn't gone away, but it may have gone away for the public. And unfortunately, that's ignorance is bliss. This stuff is always bubbling under, especially around large events, you know.
So there are another 5 additional suspects in this attack in New Orleans.
Detonated, and another one in the Port Authority. So these things tend to come in copycats. They tend to come in waves. We can't be blind to what has gone on in Gaza and things overseas. So while we may have been living in a little bit of a cocoon here, thinking that terrorism was in the rearview mirror, for those in the business, it hasn't gone away. And, you know, I can tell you that they've been on this and will continue to be.
Paul Morrow, thank you for your time. We appreciate that. We want to turn now and go back to our New York City newsroom with Alexis McAdams, who has a little more details emerging. Alexis, what can you tell us?
Well, as you just heard, Griff, and you reported, we're finally getting more information on exactly who investigators believe this suspect is. So according to high-level law enforcement sources out in New Orleans and also federal sources, we're hearing the person is Hamsid Din Jabbar. Okay, so we had heard that there were dozens of names kind of floating about, which happens when you're out of these breaking news scenes. The police are trying to piece it together.
So different groups not only have different gifts, different groups are also prone in certain circumstances to different forms of norm violation, different forms of crime, different forms of attack. And it would seem weird to me not to profile when profiling helps you get a more accurate picture of who's most likely to be a threat and who's least likely to be a threat. I don't recall a lot of these terror attacks being carried out in the United States in the name of Christianity. I don't recall many of these terror attacks being carried out in the name of Buddhism or of the Baha'i faith or of Judaism. These type of attacks seem to only be carried out in the name of Islam. And they're not carried out by Muslims from just anywhere, right? They're disproportionately Muslims from just a small part of the globe.
Electric vehicle that possibly came into the Eagle Pass area in Texas back in November. High-level police sources telling me that this suspect, Hamsid Din Jabbar, is an American citizen. We're trying to figure out more on motive. We know early this morning when...
Yeah, just trying to figure out motive. I have absolutely no idea why he wanted to slaughter Americans, and at the same time he had an intense in-group identity. So I think most people are better off moving from a low in-group identity to at least a moderate in-group identity. But there are some forms of in-group identity that do seem to predispose people to all sorts of antisocial behavior. So I don't recall many terror attacks carried out by people who've got an intense in-group homosexual identity. I don't recall many terror attacks being carried out by people with an intense Dallas Cowboys in-group identity. There do seem to be some forms of in-group identity that when you reach a 10 out of 10 intensity, they predispose people to all sorts of antisocial behavior. Right. Play a little bit more from Commentary Magazine from December 20th.
Vomited it out. That is not what happened. And we cannot go back in time and revisit this except to say that everybody who decided that it was their job, either explicitly in the administration or implicitly in the world of liberal opinion, that decided that he needed to be protected at all costs, needs to have a very long, dark night of the soul about whether what they do for a living is something they should continue to do for a living.
But can we also just touch on like the American public here for a second? I don't think most of them cared. And I think a lot of them knew. And I think they didn't care because they are so distanced from the workings of governance, and they see it as impenetrably large and something that just rolls on no matter what.
Abe, I do think they cared because we had polls beginning last year saying that Biden should not run for a second term.
66% of Americans.
They didn't want him. They knew that there's something wrong with him.
They didn't want him out of office.
Yeah, well,
that is the danger, is that he's in office at the time.
It is a danger. On the other hand, which set of aides would you rather have running the country, Biden's or Harris's? And I think that's a legitimate question to ask. And one reason maybe he's been able to avoid the 25th Amendment option. But I would just say what I might take away from this is it's lies all the way down. And take Fani Willis, who was just kicked off the case of Trump in Georgia. I have read over the past couple of years so many celebratory profiles of Fani Willis. I know everything about her. I know her background. I know her consumer tastes. I mean, during the hearing involving whether she should continue the court case, we learned even more about her, about her drink of choice, how she keeps the cash under her mattress, where she likes to go vacation. All of it just wrapped in a bow about how Fani Willis in Georgia is going to save democracy. And what happens yesterday? The court decides you can't do this. You set up your boyfriend.
You're a walking conflict of interest.
Yeah, you're a walking conflict of interest. You set it up so your boyfriend.
You paid yourself $600,000 through your.
Okay, so the social media of this bloke who carried out the terror attack in New Orleans is increasingly getting deleted. But here's what was on his LinkedIn profile. Current job, Information Technology Team Chief at U.S. Army Reserve. So he's worked in the U.S. Army for a long time, and in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and in the U.S. Postal Service. He has a bachelor's in business administration from Georgia State University. And also trained U.S. Army. So long background in the U.S. Army. He was active on X until at least 2021. It was in a recent divorce and legal custody battle. Okay, so keep an eye on information as it comes out. So it's these breaking news events where we both benefit from X, but we also benefit from the mainstream media. So we've heard a lot about how the mainstream media is dead, but in events like this, you do want the mainstream media. You do want people who are skilled, who are reporting at the scene, right? You don't just want bloggers and podcasters. On the other hand, you want to supplement your information from a wider variety of sources, including X. And if you are discerning and discriminating with who you follow on X, you can get some important information. Okay, apparently this guy, Shamsud Din Jabbar, was born and raised in Texas. Apparently a black convert to Islam.
Boyfriend. And what? So what happens to all those profiles? What happens to all the people who wrote about it? What happens to all the Democrats who said, "Oh, look at Fani Willis is going to come for Donald Trump"? Nothing. There's no accountability. But I just have to now.
But there is accountability. The accountability is colossal. The accountability is the complete lack and loss of faith among a vast majority of the American people that they are being told things that they can believe by the people who for 100 years they went to for information. And that is you cannot get that back.
Well, but then you get the complaints. Well, look at all the power Elon Musk has. Look at it. Elon Musk is. It's not concern over the democratic process. It's envy because these media elites used to have that power, and now they have so completely washed it away because of their own actions that it's going to someone like Elon Musk, and they feel angry.
Let me give you another example of that. Who do you want helping you sculpt?
So, by the way, Laura Loomer admits that the reason she lost her verified status on Twitter is that she posted the home address of one of the Indian tech experts who was appointed to the Trump administration. And so losing verification status for posting someone's address, that does not seem like an outrageous decision to me.
A peace plan for the Middle East. Do you want Thomas Friedman of the New York Times with his friend, the King of Saudi Arabia, coming up with cockamamie peace schemes? Or do you want the president's son-in-law, who inherited a real estate empire in New Jersey and never did anything in government, and kind of comes up with the Abraham Accords. I'm only bringing that up to say that the gatekeeping that was represented by conventional liberal opinion has collapsed so thoroughly. And this is not just wishful thinking on my part, I believe. I do think that when you say, what are the costs of and we can go back to the Trump, to the elevation of Michael Avenatti, to the elevation of Adam Schiff, even though Adam Schiff is now a senator, to the elevation of Andrew Cuomo as the great counter spokesman for sanity in the COVID epidemic. Trump had a unique capacity to create conditions under which people accused him of things.
So you've seen the elderly female police chief in New Orleans, right? A few months ago, right? She mistakenly crashed her vehicle into two pedestrians, sending one to the hospital. Why do we have a frail elderly lady running the New Orleans Police Department? Right? There are, generally speaking, things that women do better than men, and generally speaking, there are things that men do better than women. I would prefer men running police departments. I would prefer that most police officers be male, and I would recognize that there are all sorts of areas in life where women consistently outperform men. But I would prefer a return to merit rather than affirmative action. So we had heavy detonations on New Year's Eve in Berlin, rendering nearby apartments uninhabitable. A lot going down this morning.
And a source telling Fox News an ISIS flag in his truck. We will bring you the very latest as we get it. Also part of the investigation, a recent development that 4 or 5 other suspects may be involved. Stay right here on the Fox News channel as we continue to investigate and bring you details on the tragedy on Bourbon Street. We'll be back.
Okay, I've seen a bunch of reports on X saying that this is the attacker. So,
property manager with Blue Metal Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hit. Good evening. I'm Shamsuddin.
Okay, here's the elderly head of the New Orleans Police Department. It doesn't seem like a great idea to have this old lady in charge.
The city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack.
That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot.
Officials in New Orleans speaking earlier today after the city's bustling French Quarter becomes the scene of deadly violence. A driver ramming his truck in.
I wonder if there are any visual cues that you might be in an area that is perhaps less organized than you would like, that is perhaps less safe than you would like. I wonder if there are any visual cues that might tip you off that you're at greater danger of being the victim of violent crime. Because I know that nature consistently color codes living things. It would be awesome if there was some kind of visual codes, visual cues for us to be able to figure out whether it's okay to relax or whether we should be on high alert, whether we should get the hell out of somewhere. I would not be encouraged having an elderly, infirm old lady running the police department of New Orleans, someone who mistakenly drove her vehicle into pedestrians, injuring 2. So to me, not a great sign that you're dealing with a city that is well managed.
Things, and then bought into shysters, con men, and fools who were doing exactly what he was being accused of doing, and exposed over the course of time in a way that ballasted his position, Trump's position, as leader of the Republican Party and then eventually as a second president. The Fani Willis story is, I mean, we still have Alvin Bragg and Juan Mershon to go here, but the Fani Willis story is really important because she says, I'm going to get Trump, which right there should mean that a court should have stepped in and said, I'm sorry, you can't, anything that you do with a grand jury, particularly in the weird grand jury system of Georgia, is now suspect. It's politically driven, and you better not do it. So she did it. So they did these crazy indictments of like 20 people at once, right? In the thievery of the election scheme thing. And then it turns out she hires her boyfriend. And then we have this hearing where she says she never asked a consultant to the government who was being paid by the DA's office for a receipt because she prefers to work in cash. And why? Because her daddy told her, wherever you are, wherever you lay your head down, you got to have $1,500 in cash under your pillow. At that moment,
you never know.
I thought to myself, Donald Trump is going to become president again.
No,
because
for me, it was a couple sentences later where she was talking about how she prefers Grey Goose. It was when
right,
she was talking about vodka brands. It's like, okay, is this where are we headed as a democracy?
But it's important also to get back to what the implicit accusation is that she has now been thrown off this case by this appeals court. It is that she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend was her consultant. He was paid $600,000. If your boyfriend is paid $600,000, isn't the implicit accusation that you...
So it does not fill me with confidence in law enforcement when so many of them are obese, including that prominent obese female agent who was cowering, who was hiding behind Donald Trump after Donald Trump was shot. You would expect that there should be some minimum level of fitness to be a law enforcement officer, just as the longtime health columnist for the New York Times, I believe, she never weighed under 200 pounds. She was morbidly obese and held her job for 3 decades. It does not inspire confidence.
Used your office, not just to reward a friend, but how do we have any idea, particularly since there are no receipts, that you didn't get 400 of that $600,000? Classic urban politics, it's honest graft. Or dishonest graft.
Well, they
find
$400,000 under the mattress, then don't know.
Wasn't even under the mattress, by the way. She didn't put it under it. Put it under the pillow. Because you needed to be able to, if you put it on the mattress, you couldn't reach it in time for when they come at you. As her daddy told her, you need that money right there because they could come at you. Because he was a Black Panther. That's why he said you needed. She was the DA of Fulton County. She's behaving like she's a fugitive Black Panther running from the authorities because her daddy told her that was the way to go. Anyway, I mean, it is Trump's enemies, the mowing down of Trump's enemies over time is the secondary story of immense fascination because he drew the fire. He turned them into the worst possible versions of themselves and then watched as they destroyed themselves and he became president.
But it was also a conscious thing. They said, if he's not going to abide by norms, we're not going to abide by norms. They said, circumstances require, special operations. They called into they called it an emergency government, like they were like the president of Egypt or something. They were working under a writ of emergency, and they said straight out that we'll get back to the norms when the threat of Trump is gone. Now, obviously, that was ridiculous, but the main point is that they admitted it straight up. This has been the conversation. They said, don't come at us for norms right now when the bigger threat, as long as Trump posed the bigger threat than the threat of the Attorney General of Maine throwing someone off the ballot, as long as Trump was considered a bigger threat to democracy than the slightly lower threshold threats to democracy that Democrats were doing to get him defeated and out of office, it was okay. And people just went along with this.
Okay, let's
do one. The arrogance of that argument is
amazing,
mind-boggling that they behave in this way.
So they followed this Gulliver's, right? Jonathan Swift, the Lilliputians and Gulliver strategy, right? Which was tie him down with as many strings as possible. He's lying on the ground. He's dead. if you can tie him up with 150,000 strings, he won't be able to stand up. So that's 91 indictments. That's 7 cases in 4 states and the federal government and all that, right? And guess what? He manages to break through the strings. Do a counterfactual. I think everybody believes that the strongest evidentiary case against Trump, which may have been the one that helped him the most politically because of the raid, was the documents case, right? Looked like they had him dead to rights. He had documents he had no right to. When they said, can you return them? He moved them around the house. All of that happened, right? He moved them around Marley, locked them behind a door. He seemed to suborn people into acts that were potentially criminal. Now imagine a world in which there was no Alvin Bragg, there was no Jack Smith, and there was no Fani Willis, and there was no Arthur Engeron, the judge, and there wasn't Letitia James. And the only case was the case before Eileen Cannon, who did not clearly like the case. And we don't know why, and we don't understand that. There's a lot of theories. She's grateful to Trump, or she's a Trumper, or whatever. If the entire focus of the legal proceedings against Trump had come down to that one case, the pressure on Cannon not to cavalierly dismiss it or to do whatever it was that she did, there would have been a better shot at getting Trump on that case if all those other cases had not taken place. And then we would have an entirely different American history over the last 4 years. Now, again, he is served by his enemies because it was in the course of that somebody said, oh my God, Biden did it too, right? It was in the course of, wait a minute, we better tell him, we just found at the Penn Biden Center for figuring out ways to pay Joe Biden millions of dollars after he's president, using a nonprofit university institution to do that. We got these documents here, we better tell Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland says, oh, for God's sake, now I got to appoint a special prosecutor in that case too. So maybe it wouldn't have happened that way. But because Trump made his enemies crazy, because maybe Merrick Garland could have.
Yeah, Trump really did trigger people very effectively. So even though Trump was often incoherent, his enemies just went over the top and discredited themselves. Let's check in with Fox News.
Very quickly to try to find out who this person is, what the connection are with any organizations or with any others that might suggest there was a broader plan in place.
Yeah, and we are hearing certain names. We are hearing possible affiliations. We are not, with a fair degree of caution, mentioning those publicly as yet, Bill. But obviously, we're awaiting a news conference that is due in just about 50 minutes' time. We expect to get a lot more detail confirmed then, and there is no need for us to rush to get information on air here, which, as we know very much in the past, you look at.
Wouldn't it be nice just to have competence in more of American life? This old, fragile, delusional lady is in charge of the New Orleans Police Department, someone who rams a car into 2 pedestrians. And the Secret Service agents who were in charge of Donald Trump's security in Butler when he was shot were way over their head, just completely incompetent. As a result of the Secret Service agency's push for more diversity, equity, and inclusion. My God. Perhaps this is the time to admit that the push for diversity and affirmative action over the case for meritocracy is one that's been wildly unpopular with the American people. All right. This is more from Commentary Magazine, their show, December 20th.
Somebody could have known that Biden had purloined his documents and would have said, we better not pursue Trump in this case.
Or maybe he dragged his feet because he knew. The criticism for a while was that, right, from Dems, was that Merrick Garland was dragging his feet.
But the idea that the thing to do with Trump was to take to spray bullet fire at him and hope that one bullet was going to take him out was clearly one of the greatest political disasters of our lifetime in terms of its net effect, because it didn't work, and it got him the Republican nomination.
Someone literally tried to spray him with a bullet. And
not only didn't it work, but when you see someone staring at that many adversaries, that many gun barrels, figuratively, and then beat them all back, that person is elevated to a whole new level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody keeps reminding me on Twitter that at some point during the election when all this was going on, and I think it was the first time Fannie Willis got into trouble, I said on the podcast that it might be time to admit that the universe wants Donald Trump to be president.
Well, there is.
And John, you said, for an Orthodox Jew, that's a very pagan sort of outlook, and we were joking about that for a while. But somebody reminds me of that conversation every so often on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because these things keep happening. Because he like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, he keeps catching the bullet in his teeth.
Yeah.
With his head out the window.
Well, it's also
the only thing to explain it is some kind of grander.
Yeah. There's also a sort of like, I find it very funny, this sort of pop spirituality angle to it, which is everyone always talks about manifesting. You manifest what your future, and you believe that if you act as if X is happening, it will happen. You will shape the universe with your abundance mindset or whatever the stuff is. Who's better at manifesting their reality than anyone in history? Is Trump. He's like he's the ultimate spiritual guru here for them.
Yeah, but
they don't see it or they can't take it.
But to do it in reverse, and then we can close on this. So you're saying like the universe wants Trump to be president. Trump manifested the presidency. How about the fact that 40 years of liberal thinking and behavior manifested Trump's presidency twice? That he is the result of behaviors on the part of the liberal establishment that put him in position to become president in 2016 and put him in position to become president again in 2024. That is what is present in the Wall Street Journal story, none of which is news to us, but is as a compendium, a very useful way of looking at the last 4 years, which is that when it all came down to it, they believe that they must be in power to do the things that they think are important. And it doesn't matter how they get there. And it doesn't matter what they do once they're there. And it turns out that it matters a whole hell of a lot. Because if you're Hillary Clinton and you spend your entire life making personal deals with the devil to maintain, to achieve, and to rise to power, and then you are finally at the moment at which the public is going to decide whether or not this thing that had never happened before, which is that the wife of a former president is going to become president again, right? That behavior over 20 years, the public in the person of Trump said, whoa, wait a minute. This is not the country that we want. We do not want this dynastic. We don't want Evita Peron taking over from Juan Peron. And we'll take this lunatic over here over him. And then in 2024, it's like, whoa. You guys, what are you doing? This is not the way the country works. You don't get to just say in the middle of July, oh, we got another, you don't like the president we had for you? Here's another one. And look how you're full of joy, right? You feel joy. Feel joy until November. We order you to feel joy.
It's what Neil Ferguson has popularized as late Soviet America, and I think it's recent. I think it started under the Obama presidency.
One of the biggest lies.
It was the Greek
columns or something
in the
like
Denver
that.
Stadium.
Yeah.
Where
Prior
you're
to that, it was like, okay, we have elections, and one party's going to win, and the other party's going to win sometimes. But then, something during the.
But
Obama
then it's like
era.
the president can make the oceans recede.
Yeah. Right.
So it's like, if he can make the oceans recede, we better do whatever we can to make sure it right.
The way in which he behaved as president, especially after his.
So I suspect one thing we'll find out about this terrorist is that he was a loner and that he could not sustain relationships. To me, that is the single best test for figuring out if someone's more or less likely to be decent, right? Are they able to maintain decent relations with their family, with their extended family, with friends, with community, with other people? Right? People who love other people are the happiest, luckiest, most decent people in the world. When you have bonds to other people, you don't want to betray them. You don't want to let them down. And you're not just more effective at life. I think people who are connected with others just consistently behave in a more honorable fashion. And also tend to be better writers.
One of the biggest lies that have been programmed into writers' minds for the past few decades is that writers need to be loners. Writers need to be weird incels or antisocial individuals with anxiety that can't interact with the world.
All right, most of my good ideas, to the extent I have good ideas, to the extent that I get on a good comic riff, it's because of interactions that I've had with other people.
And that is a huge lie because, yes, in the comments down below, there will be logic bros out there typing, what about this person? What about this outlier? And yes, there are writers in the past, including some of the best that were loners. But when I look at the bookshelf behind me, which has some of the best authors of all time, canonical authors, 80 to 90% of them had rich social lives, had families.
The best news stories that I've broken through my blogging have essentially been given to me because I formed connections with people who knew I was serious about following up stories, and they would give me tips that would lead to my best stories.
Jobs were in their community and weren't disliked loners like Nietzsche or others. And what we love to do as modern authors is to look back to the past and
if you love other people, right, you care about other people, you want to bond with other people, it's really, 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 really hard to be poor.
Project their reality onto ours. Because a lot of the writers behind me did not have to market themselves the way that a modern author needs to market themselves to kind of break through. And that was partially because things like podcasts and blogs and the internet did not exist yet. But when you look at most authors, and I keep saying most because you probably believe that you are the exception. You probably believe because you have a little social circle where you are the creative one, where you are the most well-read, that you are special, that your art is sacred, that you don't have to do anything, that you can be a loner and never have to do anything with your art in the world. And that means that you deserve to be rich and famous and known for your writing. But most people behind me grinded for years in the game.
Right. When you become disconnected with other people, you get disconnected from reality, right? Other people will deliver reality to you. And if you're not connected with them, you'll get disconnected with reality. You'll live too much in your own head, and you're much more likely to go down a dark path.
Aim of trying to get their stuff published in literary journals. They would get rejected hundreds, if not thousands of times on their way to becoming a full-time writer. They applied to fellowships and grants. They got MFAs. They harassed agents. They went to conferences. They did what they needed to do in their specific time to break through. And yes, there were some exceptions.
So Ricardo is trying really hard to trigger me in the chat. He says, what is Nick Fuentes' take on the New Orleans truck of peace? His worldview holds more predictive value than anyone else. I will not take the bait.
There were people like Cormac McCarthy that sent his work to the slush pile and got to break through that way. But he applied to countless grants, and he suffered more for his art than most of you I know are willing to do. And it sucks that the slush pile avenue has gone away. But as I'm about to talk about in this video, there are new opportunities for writers if you step into the moment that are more vast than any of the authors behind me could imagine. And you have a higher probability than ever to be able to achieve them. If you were a writer in 1940, at some level, there was a chance that you couldn't guarantee your success. But there is 100% chance if you reach a certain level of writing, which all of us can achieve over 10 to 20 years with effort. And if you combine
Ramsey Paul says, I'm fine with us losing our homeland as long as it is done legally.
With growing as an individual out in the real world and becoming the embodiment of a successful author, and yes, I will explain that in a little bit, then it is 100% guaranteed, unless you are mentally disabled or live somewhere without internet, that you can become a full-time author. And so for everyone complaining out there, for everyone mewing out there, I'm hopefully going to destroy your malignant mindset today, because there is a different playbook now. We need to utilize the different tools, perspectives, and paths that have been laid down for us in the past couple decades. A writer in 1965 didn't have any of that. And so I want to speak to the people who think they are the exception. And I've noticed that people who think.
So during the anti-Israel university riots, there was a common phrase that was frequently uttered: globalize the intifada. So is this New Orleans attack just another example of globalizing the intifada? Do we really want to globalize the intifada? Right, not every people on Earth get to have their own nation states, right? Some are too tiny, too ineffectual, or primarily located in the wrong place, where they just don't stand much of a chance of developing their own nation state.
Think that they are the exception flock to people like Nietzsche or Schopenhauer and their little weak men ideas that suffering creates great art. Because yes, if you look at the theories of Otto Rank that he lays out in his masterpiece, Art and Artist, Creative Urge and Personality Development, and Rank was Freud's protege, he agrees that suffering is the core of great art. But real suffering isn't experienced by little weak loners in their rooms, in comparison to someone who decides to go out into the world and live and fall in love and watch the people around them die and be of the world. If you really want to be in the game of writing tragedies and putting art out into the world, then you need to either have one or of two things. Either the genetic gift from the gods that you can see the totality of human experience from inside your writing room. And I can almost guarantee you that that is not you. And if that is not you, you're going to have to combine three different things: your experiences out in the world and how deep you go in.
So, seeing reports that tonight's Sugar Bowl matchup between Georgia and Notre Dame will be postponed for 24 hours due to this terror attack.
To those, your technical writing skills, 4 things, your actual talent, and then the time you put into the craft. For us normal human beings, that's what we're going to have to do. And if you get rid of the ammunition, if you take the fuel out of the equation, which is going out into the world and experiencing it at the deepest level, then you are screwing yourself over. Because even if you don't experience immense amounts of pain like Dostoevsky did, you are going to experience the wide range of human emotions and also be able to tap into the immense amount of suffering of others. People ask me this all the time. One of the fans of our channel, I think his name is Jack David Klein. He was on my live stream I just did the other day. And he asked, Ian, I'm 17 years old. I live in suburbia in the Midwest. My life is perfect. How do I experience suffering? And of course, if you do what Rilke said and you open yourself up and go to transcendent heights, you will confront the darkness of reality. You will confront what the German idealists, Bohm and Fichte and Schelling and Hegel. Rilke said every angel is terrifying, and that if you actually saw reality for what it is, if you were 100% open to it, you would go into psychosis and die immediately, and you wouldn't be able to handle that. And that's what happens to some people who go on psychedelic trips. They get closer to actual reality, can't handle it, and have breakdowns. And so if you are going to hide away from everything, if you are going to take the red pill and not move into the world of dating or have children or experience nature or religion or the deeper aspects of reality, then you have nothing to say. You have nothing innovative for the people of today and for the future. Your little story and world and logical puzzle is only cool to you because you have.
So I noticed that my energy levels, my enthusiasm levels, my willingness to do the difficult, valuable things that create a higher quality life essentially correlate with the strength of my friendships and relationships. And when I'm not connecting with other people, when I feel alone, I just don't have the energy, the enthusiasm, and the strength to do the disciplined things that are necessary to lead a better life.
Have nothing else going on. And I think that this whole writers need to be loners thing has started to manifest because, of course, there are people like Emily Dickinson and stuff in the past that kind of set the standard for people to cherry pick. But every single year, a writer's responsibility becomes greater and greater. And the amount of emotions and information that a writer has to deal with in conjunction with what we need to step into to be successful as authors is more stressful than ever. And so thus we have a larger path of individuation that needs to take place. And this is why there is so much complaining in the writing community, because people are lazy and weak and afraid of confronting the deeper parts of themselves. And it would make sense, wouldn't it, that being able to grapple and deal with this information and stepping up to the challenge would create better writing. And one of the reasons that the writing world has kind of been in collapse is that we have created these safe spaces for writers to be able to hide. We have fan fiction and all the people writing manga and sad Rupi Kaur poetry and fantasy and science fiction, the low form, not like the really epic literary form. And I can go on. And on the academic side, we have so many people who have been sucked into the MFA factory farm. I know a very talented writer. I'll even say his name. His name is Sam. I won't say his last name. And he is on antidepressants. He now has a PhD. He is a creative writing professor. He released a poetry book that probably a couple hundred people bought, but it got published. And I personally think he is one of the most talented poets that I've ever known. But he has no ambition, he has no drive, and he's only writing to kind of continue his job and kind of hook up with students and play the whole game. And there are countless other writers I know who are going down that path. They are just looking for fellowships and grants and community college jobs. And even if they kind of move into the private sector, they are kind of still working and comparing themselves to others in the academic world. They are trying to get published in academic journals and moving through that same motion. They aren't really trying to step into the literary renaissance. And we say nothing to those individuals. We don't call that the easy way out. There always will be someone who says, well, what about Dune? What about Lord of the Rings? Did you not hear when I said that there are high forms and low forms of fantasy and science fiction, just as there are in the literary fiction world? There is, Colleen Hoover and then Cormac McCarthy. And so the third path, is stepping up to the challenge. Standing up and saying, I am important. My work is important. My work is more transformative than anything you can find on Netflix or in VR or on Spotify. And maybe that's not true, but by you having the confidence to say that and feel that, you will start to make other people interested, because the main challenge
So this is from the YouTube channel Right Conscious. This is one of my favorite analyses of the 2024 election. A guy on the right, Alex Castellanos, and a bloke here on the left.
MAGA party.
So this is the YouTube channel, The Common Good.
There's a few things for you to chew on. I'm going to start with Alex, if that's okay.
That's good. Doug is going to think it's no one better. First of all, what a treat it is to be here with everyone. And the only thing wrong with my friend Doug Sosnick is that he is not on our side, and I wish he were. It's hard to talk to Doug and not learn. So that's a great gift, and wonderful to be with you, Patricia, in the common good. Boy, that's the key question, isn't it? What the heck happened, and what does it mean going forward? What is changing? I'll try to be succinct and not give it the 8 hours it deserves.
This guy is just a master. He has so many thoughtful points that I haven't considered. I consistently learn from him. So this is Alex Castellanos, and then he is also joined by Doug Sosnick, who is a Democratic Party strategist. And this conversation took place December 18.
But lots of ways to look at it. You can say that the candidate on the Democratic side had some shortcomings. You can say that the campaign didn't focus on middle-class voters. I think the big story is that we're seeing the painful demise of two old political parties. I think you're seeing the old establishment-led Republican Party, the Mitch McConnell Party, the Country Club Republican Party, become a bottom-up populist working-class party. And we saw the evolution here, the beginnings of a working-class coalition that is now dominating the Republican Party. It's a populist party with conservative tinges, as opposed to what it used to be, which is a conservative party with populist leanings.
Strong analysis. Peter Baker, New York Times correspondent, tweets, illegal border crossings fall to a 4-year low below what they were when Trump left office as Joe Biden policy shift takes effect. And then a good response. So you're telling me that Joe Biden purposefully flooded the border for 4 years when he had the power to stop it all along? And we know that 4 to 5 other suspects currently being investigated for the attack in New Orleans.
And what was just a man became a movement, I think, this election. What was just Donald Trump got some breadth, and it became something that I think will live after Trump. And that wasn't certain, I think, before this election. And you saw the Trump coalition become, the working class part of it, I think, got stronger. But you saw additions to it. You saw young black men who saw Trump as an outsider, and they're outsiders too, and they wanted to sit at the big table and eat with everyone else. And here's this guy who got shot in the face, stood up and said, fight, fight, fight. And I think there's a common adversary there. You saw Hispanics, the same thing, working class outsiders. And I think other folks. So I think you saw the beginnings of that realignment. And on the Democratic side, I think you saw Wall Street billionaires support Democrats and new.
So one of the airline safety officers who allowed the 9/11 hijackers to board the plane admitted that he allowed it to happen in part because he was afraid of being accused of anti-Muslim bias if he refused to allow this particularly hateful man to board a plane, one of the key hijackers of 9/11. And then we have the horrible grooming gangs that occurred in the United Kingdom, where law enforcement essentially turned a blind eye to what was happening.
We've skirted around how bad this stuff really is, I think, a bit in this conversation. So I think we've spoken about Rochdale and that ringleader and the abuse he perpetrated on his own relative. What he was running in that den in Rochdale was like a torture house, okay? The abuse that we've seen many of these girls suffer, and the testimony we've heard directly from them, is not just sexual exploitation. I say just, it goes beyond that. It's like torture. Broken bottles being thrust into girls, girls being set on fire, girls being stabbed to death, girls being branded with the initials of their rapist. The ringleader in Rochdale, who, by the way, is still fighting deportation with legal aid, has not been kicked out of this country after a decade of being convicted. He ran an address in Rochdale where abusers could turn up, go and see which other girl had been plied with drugs and alcohol upstairs, as per the grooming model of CSE, and other gifts as well. That was often the case, making them feel as though they're their boyfriends. You know, these are often 11, 12-year-old girls. They don't have an understanding of consent. They don't know what a boyfriend is. And rapists would use them, leave the house, and then tick their name on the front of the house on a piece of paper he kept there. It was like a paedophile honesty box. That's the language we've used to describe it. Why does the whole country not know about that case? I think it's one of the most shocking examples of abuse this country's ever had happen. It should be something ingrained in our national consciousness, like Stephen Lawrence, like other appalling incidents.
Well, like George Floyd.
Like George Floyd.
We all know who George Floyd is, but we don't know who.
An 11-year-old girl came to the attention of the police after she disclosed that she and another child had been sexually abused by a group of adult males. Just a few weeks later, she was found in a derelict house with another child and a number of adult males. Yet she was arrested, 11 years of age, she was arrested for being drunk and disorderly, and none of the males were arrested. Has your force identified the police officers involved in that and found out what went on?
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't know.
Police officer dismissed the case of a 12-year-old girl who'd been having sex with up to 5 Asian males because he said she had been, quote, 100%
So in the United Kingdom, they call Pakistanis Asian.
consensual in every incident. 12 years of age? I think that's unbelievable, to be honest. Have you identified who that officer was and found out what happened there?
Can I just make one thing clear? That I've said today that we must have an independent investigation team to come back at this. I have also personally spoken to the Director of Investigations at the IPCC.
Sorry, Mr. Austin, could the Chief Constable just finish? Please finish.
I've also personally spoken to the Director of Investigations at the IPCC, and in order to involve them in this as well.
Fathers had tracked down their daughters and tried to remove them from houses where they were being abused, only to find themselves arrested when police were called to the scene. Do you know what happened in that case?
Chair, I don't seek to defend any of this, and that I've asked for I'm in the process of setting up an independent investigation because the number of staff at Rotherham over such a period of time means that it can't have credibility unless we have some independence to the investigative process.
One of your officers decided that a 12-year-old girl was having sex with up to 5 adults and was 100% consenting in every incident. Should somebody like that be working for the police? So, I mean, somebody's capable of making a decision like that.
No, it's a dreadful decision. And I've set my position out to find out about it.
All right, let's catch the latest on the New Orleans terror attack here from Fox News.
This truck was rented in Texas and that it was driven over to Louisiana by a person who has what I would define as a Middle Eastern name, and that is Shamsu Din Jabbar. And we know that it is that the person was dressed, according to many, in black, military black. What authorities are trying to do at this stage is to try to determine, are we dealing with a lone wolf? Are we dealing?
Okay, just speculation there coming from Fox News. All right, Alex Castellanos analyzing the 2024 American election.
Heck, Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, billionaires go Republican. You saw the Elon Musk addition to the Republican Party. But on the Democratic, that kind of realignment, you used to have country club Republicans. Now we've got country club Democrats. And what does that mean for the Democrats going forward? In my view, they're in a tough spot. They've got to decide. Mike, I've been here. I've had my butt whipped a bunch of times. And what happens when you lose the center, you're often just left with the extreme. And that happened to Republicans when we drained all the juice out of the Reagan coalition. And I think the Democrats are now in the same spot. I think nobody When Kamala Harris ran and moved to the middle day one and abandoned old positions and tried to become, pro-immigration and I've got a gun, and not a single person.
So it appears that this terrorist who killed 10 people in New Orleans was born in the U.S., served for a long time in the U.S. military, is a U.S. citizen by birth, educated here, lived pretty much all his life here, but obviously his strongest identity was with Islam and Islamic terror. So identity is complicated. You can be born somewhere, live all your life there, instead primarily identify with another nation or another ideology.
In the Democratic Party, who was in a position, an elected office, said, she's right. The political consultants, the Carvilles, did. So I think that's what the Democrats have to wrestle with now, a party that's been somewhat reduced to more of the ideological left and the elite left, but understands it needs to become less woke. And that's a tough place to be in.
I will I will talk about how we got here for now. I'm more than happy, if we must, talk about the future after this. I would say, first of all, Trump won, and he should get credit for it. It was a well-run campaign, so I don't want to in any way denigrate that. But I think that basically Republicans won for four main reasons, and it wasn't Trump. It's almost in spite of Trump. The first was we're going through a profound period in the world and the United States of people voting against whoever's in power. 11 out of the last 13 elections now in the United States, the country's voted for change. Secondly, second factor, and while I think Harris has some responsibility for losing, I think largely it's with Biden and not Harris. Biden's presidency was effectively over by the summer of 2021. He had a mid to high 50s job approval going into the summer. The combination of in July of 2021, he declared on the South Lawn on the 4th of July victory over COVID and said people's lives would be back to normal in September, which it wasn't. Secondly, we had the Afghanistan withdrawal that August. Thirdly, in September was the first time inflation went over 6%. And by the end of September, early October, we began the supply chain crises in the world. So by November of 2021, Biden's numbers had reversed. He was underwater, and basically they never changed for his entire presidency. The third factor was Biden running for re-election, which I think put the party at a severe disadvantage. And lastly, I do think Harris has some responsibility. She hadn't been thinking about running for president. Primaries help you become better candidates. She had never shown herself to be a good presidential candidate. Most importantly, though, she didn't really know why she was running for president, and certainly couldn't articulate that. So she essentially had no narrative to her campaign. And she was stuck also with being attached to Biden. And I don't know if she would have taken a walk on Biden like Humphrey did in the final days of the 68 campaign. I don't even know if it would have worked. But I think that the country was so sour on Biden, and I don't think you've seen, I think the country's more sour on Biden than any time since Carter in 1980, even worse than Bush in 1992. So I think that's why Trump won. And in fact, if a normal Republican had run instead of Trump, Republicans should have picked up 30 or 40 House seats. They should have picked up 7 or 8 Senate seats. They only picked up one swing Senate race this year. In fact, Trump's margin of victory was the 16th largest, the 16th place of margin of victory since World War II. So nevertheless, the title of this, I think, is Election Aftershock. We are having tremendous election aftershock because of this. The country, particularly now with the Supreme Court, has swung further to the right of any time since 1980 when Reagan won. But I think we do need a little context to the reasons for that. And a lot of those reasons are external to Trump and Republicans, which suggests to me that there are opportunities for Democrats, but it's only that. I mean, ultimately, the Democrats have to step up. If they can't step up, it won't matter what the Republicans do. The Democrats no longer have control of their political destiny. Trump's victory was all-encompassing. I think he improved his stand in all 50 states, 92% of the counties in America. He ran with stronger performance in 2024 compared to 2020. As you pointed out, Pat, there's been a swing of 10 million votes more towards Trump and away from Democrats compared to 2020. Republicans ran the strongest with Hispanics at any time in over 20 years. The margin now is only 12%. It was 28% in 2020. With blacks, it doubled. Trump doubled his vote with blacks. It's the highest margin for Republicans with black voters since the 1970s. With young voters, there's only a 6-point margin in this election. And Democrats had a
So what have the FBI been doing in New Orleans prior to this terror attack? They were putting resources into the prosecution of January 6 cases. I think January 6 attack on the federal Capitol was a horrible thing, but in terms of severity, it was perhaps a 2 out of 10. right? And we perhaps put way too much emphasis on a riot that got out of control when we have far more deadly threats to our country. And I hope that law enforcement under Donald Trump rearranges its priorities.
21-point margin in 2020. The only two groups where the Democrats improved their performance were college graduates and people making over $100,000 a year. And that's, other than running for mayor of the Upper East Side, that's probably not a formula for winning national elections. And in fact, we have now a bigger racial divide in our country. We've reduced the racial divide in our country due to Trump's strengths with working class voters of all ethnicities and race. One of the things I predicted was wrong. So class now trumps.
Okay, Ricardo is really good at transmitting me energy. How does Luke feel about Trump loving H-1Bs now? Still feeling great about his vote. So I didn't vote in 2024 because there was no point in California. It wasn't going to make any difference, but I certainly supported Donald Trump, as I did in 2020 and in 2016, on the basis that I thought he'd accomplish perhaps 5 to 10% of his agenda. And so I believe that Donald Trump made some progress towards reducing immigration in his first term. I believe he will make some progress towards reducing immigration this term. So my support for Donald Trump doesn't depend upon my supporting his every utterance. So it makes no difference to me that Donald Trump comes out and says supportive things about H-1B visas. I disagree with him overall. I didn't vote either, but you attack me for that. Well, you're in a swing state, and I'm not sure if I attacked you for that. I thought it was a mistake, so perhaps that was an attack. You're in a swing state, as I recall, and it was clear to me that Donald Trump was a preferable choice to Hillary Clinton in 2016, preferable choice to Joe Biden in 2020, and a preferable choice to Kamala Harris. And any generic Republican would be a preferable choice in American politics, because the most generic middle-of-the-road milquetoast Republican is more in favor of law enforcement and prosecuting dangerous criminals and locking them up or executing them compared to Democrats. Republicans and people on the right are consistently more in support of punishment for the grossest violators of our social norms, of human decency, of our rules about violent assault. And so I would support voting Republican just on a generic basis, as long as they are more in favor of law enforcement, punishing criminals, and limiting immigration. You're not in a swing state. Not in a swing state, it doesn't matter. It's just if we're doing a show and we're talking about the relative value of one perspective versus another, my perspective is vote Republican, vote for Donald Trump on the basis of law enforcement, law and order, more support for immigration restriction, and more support for capital punishment for murderers, more support for locking up people who commit violent crime for a long amount of time. Republicans are consistently better than Democrats in that area. If you are willing to accept 95% disappointment, where's the line? Just my judgment on what's overall best for the country. And Donald Trump made some progress towards his goals in his first term. I expect he'll make some progress this time. He finally substantially reduced illegal immigration in 2020 using COVID as an excuse, but remained in Mexico, and some other enforcement measures instigated by Stephen Miller made a substantial dent in immigration in 2020. I hope he goes back to that. We have to do the best we can with the choices that we have. Right. So here, let's see what's going on here.
The FBI is working to investigate ties. 3 a.m. in Bourbon Street, everybody was still out. Then investigators say this man opened fire, shooting at least 2 police officers. The FBI says they found an ISIS flag inside the truck and say the FBI is working to investigate ties to any terrorist organizations. But I want to see if we can kind of see in some of these photos that we've been piecing through. You can see that white truck there. The entire front end is smashed in. The authorities are all around it. And in some of the pictures, and this one you can see, it's just a little bit difficult. Up there in that right, you can see something kind of hanging. I'm being told by federal sources that's a black flag that could also lead to more information in this investigation.
Right, possibly an ISIS flag. Okay, Ricardo makes the point. I'm starting to think that Kamala Harris would have been a better choice. At least Americans would have been vigilant against her nonsense. It is maladaptive and not in the interests of most Americans to be vigilant about politics. So I think you're wrong there. Most people are not better off paying close attention to politics. The reason that I pay close attention to politics and that you likely pay close attention to politics is because you enjoy it. But one individual is not going to make a substantial change in our politics. So the only reason to follow it and to discuss it and to be passionate about it is because it's a topic that is of interest to you. For the average person, it is not to their advantage to pay close attention to politics. Most Americans are never going to be vigilant in the area of politics because there are far more effective things that they should be spending their time on. Most people should primarily be spending their attention, their time, their energy with regard to their family, extended family, friends, community, their profession, their education, and their interests. Right? Those are areas where you can get satisfaction, where you can make a difference in the quality of your life. You're not going to make a difference to the quality of your life by pouring time into politics unless that pursuit in and of itself provides you with some benefit. All right, let's get a little bit more analysis here from Doug Sosnick, Democratic Party strategist.
Mostly race for the most part now and how people vote. I thought we'd have a historic gender gap in this election. Not only do we not have an historic gender gap, but in fact, Trump improved his performance with women compared to 2020. So where that leaves us is a country, I think, we're going through an extended period of alienation towards all of our political leaders. Most presidents, whether...
So, Ricardo, when you say that we might have been better off with Kamala Harris as president, right, you think most Americans would have become vigilant against her nonsense. Do you really think that it serves most Americans to be vigilant about national politics? I can't imagine that ever happening, and I just don't see how that could be in the best interest of your average American. It just seems there are far more productive areas for someone to devote his energy and his time. Ricardo says, tired of this fake nonsense. What nonsense? Fox News foaming at the mouth. So network news programs have to be aimed at the median IQ. So yes, Fox News, other news programs aim at an audience with an average IQ around 100. It's not going to be nearly as sophisticated and intelligent as a show like this, where I can aim it at, say, a 115, 120 average IQ. I think it serves the Republic for its voters to be politically engaged. Okay, on what basis? What difference would it make? Right? Most people are not particularly interested in politics. Only about 5% of Americans can form a coherent political ideology. Why would people not be better served by devoting their time, energy, and enthusiasm to their family, to their job, to their friends, to their community, to their church, to volunteering? These are all areas where you can make a difference. One person engaging with national politics is not going to make a significant difference. It's never happened. I can't imagine it ever would happen. What you are wishing is something that is simply not in the possible basket of choices for your average American. It's an impossibility. So, I mean, you can live in this fantasy land that most Americans are going to become politically vigilant, but it will never happen. It's as likely to happen as unicorns start prancing down your street.
It was Clinton in 93, whether it was Bush in 2005, whether it was Obama in 2009, whether it was Trump in 2017, whether it was Biden in 2021, regardless of party, most people who get elected president overreach.
And Ricardo says, if you vote, you should be politically engaged, and all sorts of things should be but are not, and it's not even in the basket of possibilities. Right? There will never be a time when most Americans are politically engaged and politically vigilant. No nation will ever find the majority of its population politically vigilant and politically engaged, because overwhelmingly people are better served by devoting their time, energy, and enthusiasm for other choices. So it's the equivalent of thinking that science fiction is real and that unicorns are real. It's simply not even in a basket of possibilities for your average American or your average Israeli or your average Australian. Most people are not going to live in an abstract world or in a world of national politics when their spouse needs attention, their kids need attention, their job needs attention, their friends need attention. Most people don't have the energy, the inclination, and there's simply not a payoff for most people to devote themselves to political vigilance.
The mandate that the voters gave them, and I think Trump will do that. And if history is any guide, Democrats will have a very good midterm. But then we'll start in January 2027 in an open seat race for president, in which either side can win. However, it doesn't matter what the Republicans do. The Democrats, if we don't change how we're perceived and who we are and what we're for, we're never going to win. And we have now, for 25 years, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama and Biden have dominated the Democratic political party now for a quarter of a century. That's a quarter of a century of a generation of people who've never had a chance to step forward. We're going to begin that. The second is the Democratic Party for 9 years now has stood for nothing other than beating Trump. That's been the only.
So asking for a friend, where do you purchase an ISIS flag? All right, ISIS flag, put it into Google. I'm not getting any ads. So where do people buy their ISIS flags these days? They don't seem to be selling on Walmart or on Amazon. What do you have to do to get an ISIS flag? Not that I want one. I'm just asking for purely informational purposes.
Organizing principle of the party. When you ask a Democrat who you are, what you're for, the answer is we're against Trump. So we have a lot of work to do as a party to get back into the middle of the country, where the solution to the party is not going to be who's the head of the DNC. It's not going to come from the congressional wing of the Democratic Party. It's going to come out in America, and it's going to start because candidates define parties. It's going to start in the 2027 beginning of that when people start running for president, and we'll see what our opportunities are. But right now, the Democratic Party is isolated and considered culturally elite, big spenders, and not on the people in the countryside. And ultimately, the only way we're going to fix that is to run people in America who are from America, who represent in their real lives the center of this country. And right now, we're completely out of whack with that.
Hey, Patricia, can I add something? First of all, I told you that anytime you listen to Doug Sosnick, you'd learn something. But Doug made a point that all around the world, really, whoever's in power gets voted out, whether it's Brexit or, in England, the Tories or wherever. But there's a reason for that. It's not just that people resent that particular cast of characters. We're governing ourselves in very old ways, big old top-down. And
so what do you want your government to put as its priority? For me, law enforcement, maintaining safety, and cracking down on killers. That should be the number one priority, defending the border, eliminating illegal immigration, restricting legal immigration, perhaps eliminating legal immigration. These would be my priorities for government.
Industrial age machine-like government. We make a policy in Washington and we apply it to everything. And that's not the world we live in anymore. We live in this world. We live in a world where we're all connected, where we can all see our betters up above us dictating our lives. And, we can see the wizard behind the curtain. And the problem with the wizard behind the curtain is he can't keep up. The world is moving too fast, changing too much, and you can't govern a place effectively top down like that anymore. And that's why you're seeing this rebellion everywhere. And that's the big problem, I think, you can't run an economy that way. It moves too fast. Tax here, somebody moves over there. Regulate there, they evolve over here. That kind of government has had its day. And Republicans actually, the party of freedom, another way to say that is open, is bottom up. It's organic structures, self-organizing systems. That's the new
And let's
language of
get Elliott
capitalism.
Blatt back onto the show. How's it going, mate?
Not too well, actually. Let me shut down the other one second.
Okay, it's good to talk to Elliott. He had power out on his block. What's going on, man?
Oh, just hits keep coming. It's like I can't get a break, bro. It's been a bad month. Just one thing after another.
Talk to me, man.
Just want to spill my guts, bro?
Yeah. This is a safe space.
All right. Well, I told you about the car, And
$1,800, man. That's a hit.
Yeah, it was a hit, bro. That was, that's my discretionary capital, bro. That's money I can't put into my burgeoning business here. It hurts, bro. And so, whatever. Though I have to say, there was sort of some silver linings in the whole situation. So I had like a little tear on the body. I guess you call it plastic or fiberglass. It was very unsightly. It wasn't terrible, but it was unsightly. And so you notice, when you go to something and they sell you on something and you get an estimate, and then there's all these extras they try to throw in,
Yes.
It costs you this and it costs you that, and suddenly you're it costs you this. And so I'm just expecting, the estimate was for 17 and change, and I thought they were just gonna completely screw me, And they just, so I go there, I get the car, and it might as well have been Mexico, right? The whole shop was it was just mariachi music, the smell of tacos everywhere, everybody's laughing, singing. It's like this joyous atmosphere inside of an auto repair shop, which you normally think of as being pretty grim places,
Do you think homogeneity, that all these people having something in common, perhaps made it easier for them to enjoy themselves?
Yeah, well, I sort of came away with a feeling like that. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not even. Let me get to the good part. And so, I was expecting, to be like just overcharged here and there, all these extras and incidentals and things. No, the thing was exactly what they estimated, and they went above and beyond, and they just fixed the broken fiberglass. They just did. We just decided to do it, a little extra. Now, the very day that I had my accident, some guy, I was in the parking lot, some guy comes running towards me and he's pointing to the broken piece of fiberglass. He says, "Hey, I can fix that for $400. You ever get accosted like that?
Yes.
By people wanting to fix your car, like
Yes.
in the wild,
Yes.
Which
I've even
so I
bought
got
it. I've even had someone do it. Like I just paid him $50. I think he did $50 worth.
Yeah, I did it once too on some other body work that on the back, And so that very day, so it was like 4 p.m. I said, "No, thanks, man. I just deny. I refuse his offer." Then an hour later, I get to the accident, which I've already described, and they just threw in that repair, and it looks perfect, and they just did it for free. And I was like, wow, that was like the only good turn I've had this entire month.
Now, did you have a pre-existing relationship with this shop? Because I've had the privilege at times of enjoying respect for my car mechanic in a sense that they were being honest and doing the right thing by me.
Well, no. So that's why I was so nervous about this. I do have mechanics that I normally go to that I trust, but because it was a tow situation, I had to trust the tow truck driver. He said, "I got a guy for you. I'll take it to him." And then the tow truck driver was just covered head to toe in tattoos. It just didn't look like the most savory character. So that sort of diminished my confidence in this particular mechanic. But I didn't have an option. I couldn't just say, "No, tow the car 20 miles to my regular mechanic."
Got it.
So I was so traumatized by the whole experience. I just wanted it over with, and I just figured pay the piper, as it were. So anyway, that was the so that ended like this 4-day odyssey of me taking the bus to everything I.
What was that like? Are you going to take more bus rides just to reconnect with people?
I am not, Luke. I am not. It was the first one I told. I don't know what I told you about on Twitter or what I
some
But
urban
anyway,
youths engaged with you.
So I had the whole urban youth situation. I got kicked off next door because I sort of implied that different people had different gifts, and that some of these people need to be reined in. And people saw through my dog whistle and eventually kicked me off. But then I appealed, just for the sake of it, because I wanted to get some more venom expressed. And they honored my appeal. So I'm back on next door. So next door, it's like you can only talk about good news, right? You cannot point out other people. You can only talk about things that are universally recognized as being bad. You can't tell the truth on next door. And so this city is slowly
kind of like much of life, right? There are
Yeah.
large swaths of life where you really should only say things that are positive or keep quiet.
But I think what's happening now is like people really want to have the conversation about demographics, sort of spilling out into this whole Elon festival. And we can't have it. But now we're starting to have it because it's being forced. And if you look in San Francisco, every storefront, one after the other, is being closed, And so let's talk about the stock market being representative of how the economy is. This is BS. It is BS. The quality of life, the dollar value may be high, but it's an inflated dollar value, and the underlying value that these dollars are supposed to represent just isn't there. And this has been a source of frustration for me, bro.
So what would you say is a better predictor of economic development, if not the stock market? So I recognize that the stock market is flawed, but I can't think of anything else that is a better indicator. I'm sorry, consumer sentiment?
No, vacancy rates.
But that's just one aspect of the economy. Obviously, many stores are better off closing down or going online only.
Yeah, so, okay, but open stores are just a sort of, they truly represent what it's like to be alive in a city, because that's people out there doing things. There's jobs that kids can get, there's just a whole range of opportunities that go around that are encapsulated in having an open physical business. It's just weird walking through a town that feels like a ghost town and having storefront after storefront being closed. It doesn't feel like the real world.
So in Los Angeles, many places that used to be theaters and stores have been repurposed for medical offices and for tech companies. They are taking over spaces that were primarily shopping centers and stores.
Yeah, I can see a lot of that. But does that make for a better urban experience? I mean,
well, I don't think there's any choice. There's no way that people are going to stop buying things online. So you need to have something there. It's inevitable that many physical stores are going to close down.
Oh, it's no mystery to me while they're closing down. Well, some of it's online, some of it is in these mob shoplifting events that go on periodically. Who's going to subject themselves to that type of risk? So anyway, I didn't know why I brought that up. I'm just brought it up because it's like, just things feel flat. They just feel flat. They feel creepy. They feel weird. And then, I don't like this. I just don't like it.
And on a 1 to 10, with 10 being ecstatic and 0 being god awful, what was the experience of riding the bus like?
There were certain routes were better than others, bro.
Yes, that's what I noticed, that there are some good routes. Like I would not want to take the subway in Los Angeles. Certain subway routes just were god awful, but many bus routes, when the bus becomes filled with people who are going to work, are just fine.
Yeah. Well, I found that some bus routes, it's the crowdedness varies dramatically. Time of day makes a difference. But I do notice, like, all the stopping and starting, they have no regard to somebody's neck. I found myself getting my neck snapped around by all of the sudden starts and stops. Did you find that problem? Did you have to do a bunch of Alexander technique to put yourself together after a particular?
I haven't found the problem, but I have, like, thank God that I'm in good physical shape, because trying to board a crowded bus and deal with a crowded bus if I had, like, crippling back pain or neck pain or any major physical disability just feels like an absolute nightmare.
Yeah. And so that's one part of my grievance, was this whole transportation thing, this just this sorry event, which I think I've finally moved past and processed. But then I find that I'm dealing with people online has its own perils and its own sources of frustration. People have managed to sort of, selling books to people online, it just opens up this whole suite of attack vectors that people can attack you for. And you find yourself in these teeny little bickering matches, but as the proprietor of this little nascent business, I have to sort of adopt this customer's always right tone. Otherwise I get negative feedback, and I have like this invisible policing system that goes on, and I'm just always arguing from the point of view of being the weaker party, because I am the proprietor, and so I get these silly little arguments, and people freak out for silly little reasons, and like I can just feel the petulance that's behind these people, and I would never want to be in the same room with them. So, and I'm just wondering if everyone moves online, if they can just lose all their social graces altogether. You think that's a possibility?
Well, people often let go of their social graces, or they often give in to impulses that they don't get to fulfill in their real world experiences. So yeah, I notice some people developing what's called a toxic online persona.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so there was these two cases. Like, I inadvertently listed a book twice, and so it sold twice, and I couldn't obviously fulfill the second book, right? Because I'd already sold it. So as a courtesy, I said, I'm sorry, but I sold it. I forgot to take down the listing. It was my mistake, and it was my mistake. And I said, you can have any other book in my collection, and it can be twice the price. I offered basically, I offered him like a $15 freebie for his inconvenience, because I didn't want to receive any negative feedback. And then he just comes at me like I'm some sort of scammer, Well, I was clearly making him an offer that was in his interest, and he just decided he wanted to be angry, and I just had to endure it. It just left a sour taste in my mouth. So every time I have one of these little sour interactions, they just they linger. Do you notice that? Even if it's online? You probably notice it all the time.
Well, I think it depends. If it confirms something in you, then it's going to linger. If it doesn't feed a pre-existing narrative, I don't think it'll be as influential.
I guess. Hey, so was it Norvin? Norvin's now philosemitic. Is this a joke?
I'm pretty sure it's a joke.
Yeah, that would be an interesting conversation. So what else went on? So yesterday, I apparently one of these transformer boxes, the utility poles, the power. What are they called?
Yep.
Apparently, while I wasn't home, one of those things exploded, and took out the power for basically the whole neighborhood. So when I got home, that's why I couldn't charge my phone, because I had no power. And I talked to Eugene. Now, Eugene is my neighbor. He's sort of like my buddy in the building. He's this very grisly Ukrainian Jew who's always complaining when I meet him. And he just got a nose reduction surgery. You ever known people have done that?
Yes.
And it had the side effect of creating this big black and blue scar all over his face. Which makes it's just very hard it makes looking at him pretty difficult. So he's the one that broke the news to me about the exploding utility pole. And he did this while his face was all distorted from his surgery. So anyway, that's what I would rant into. So it was just it's a minor thing, but it's just everything, all of these little negative events, they sort of, they add up in you. Anyway, I didn't know I told that story. I just thought it was another. But now my internet's slow, right? It's really slow. I almost couldn't call in because whatever happened yesterday sort of affected the internet in the neighborhood as well. And so I have this 1999 level of internet connectivity. And it's just this source of friction and pain.
Oh, that drives me crazy. I remember I lost one job because the computer was slow, and I sent off an email with the headline, "My computer sucks." And the technology officer said, "Oh, wow, I've never seen that language in a corporate email before." So apparently in a corporation, you should not say the word sucks. And the computer was just so frustrating to deal with that I was losing my mind. It was making mistakes, and lost that job after 7 days.
Wow. Yeah, that is something about it's the corporate environment. It's just acutely painful because of all of those little things. Everybody has a very narrow scope for their personality, and it needs to stay really hemmed in. Otherwise, there's ramifications. It's so unnatural. I don't know who dreamed this up, bro. How long have corporations been around?
For hundreds of years, and there are better and worse corporate environments, and there are many benefits to being in a corporate environment as well. It used to be the American dream, right? It wasn't that Americans were stupid that prior to the 1970s, they dreamed of working for one corporation their entire life, right? That wasn't based in delusion. That was because there were all these benefits. There were retirement benefits. There were all sorts of other benefits with having a secure job that would last your entire life. So this idea that the greatest thing is to work for yourself, that's a brand new idea in American history that only developed in the 1970s. Prior to that, people, for very good reason, wanted to work for one corporation their entire life.
Boy, that's hard to imagine now. I remember being in a corporation, and one thing I noticed is that almost nobody does any work. Just tiny amounts of work, and even that is exhausting to them. They just spend their time, at least when I was there, they were just surfing Facebook, I would say 90% of the time. Is this something you've witnessed?
No, because
well, you haven't been corporate for a while.
I've done some, not that much corporate work, but usually a corporation will monitor internet usage and Wi-Fi usage by its employees. So I'm sure that happens, but I'm also aware of corporations where there's good morale and people are quite busy and occupied. How about Kip? Let's bring Kip into the show. Kip, are you a corporation man? Did you grow up dreaming of working for one corporation your entire life?
No. Hey, Elliot, how you doing?
Oh, no, not bad, Kip. You got a little spliff there, bro?
No, just
little
a
wake and
cigarette.
bake, bro?
No, I'd already done that before I went to see my mom today. It was her birthday. I had to do a little IRL visiting with the mom this morning. But no, Elliot had asked earlier about the beginnings of the corporations. And I don't know if y'all remember, there was a commie left-wing movie called The Corporation that came out maybe 10 years or so ago. And I believe in that movie, they said that corporations had originally in America been projects that were put together for the public good, like to build a bridge or something. And then the corporation will be dissolved after the fact. And I think it was the 14th Amendment or whatever. It had something that had to do with black folks also had to do with the corporations. And I think that sort of gave birth to the prevalence of the corporations that we see today. But don't quote me on that. Does that ring a bell?
I do remember. I think I actually saw that. It was probably 20 years ago, wasn't it? It was quite a while ago.
What's the theme of the show today, Mr. Luke Ford?
Radical love and inclusion, bro.
As always. So it makes this next question that I was getting ready to ask y'all, I guess more poignant. Are all men created equal?
Well, it depends on in which sense. So that was drafted at a time when they meant that people in the geographic location of North America were equal to all men elsewhere in the world in that they had the right to govern themselves. So it was never intended in its framing as meaning that all men have equal gifts, but it was intended to mean that like men elsewhere in the world, that people have the right to govern themselves. And I'm fine with that interpretation.
What about the fact that do all men apply their gifts equally towards, the pursuit of excellence? I don't think there's no equality there either, In fact, I've never seen really an average person applying average effort. I don't know, maybe you or Elliot have seen that, but usually they're either working or they're pretending to work, like Elliot was talking about.
I think people tend to do what they enjoy. And so the things that I enjoy, for example, I enjoy live streaming and discussing ideas. And for other people, they'd be using this time watching college football or playing chess or going to the park or going to the synagogue or playing video games. People do what they enjoy, and we're born with different gifts. So I have no problem with the original meaning of that statement in the Declaration of Independence? Yes, but the idea that all people are born with identical gifts, of course, is absurd. We're not born with a blank slate. Elliot, you want to weigh in?
No. I think we've hit that theme many a time on this show, bro.
What does Elliot think about the future of the U.S. dollar? What camp are you in on the? Are you worried, or is Elliot not worried these days?
I haven't given it much thought. I was on one of these JAGs like a long time ago, like 2014. There was this guy. I think he's Peter Schiff. I think his name. Yeah. There's a certain cult, I would call it, around the dissolution of the dollar and giving up the gold standard, and it's all very seductive, and that we're going to have Weimar inflation and all that stuff. And to a certain extent, some of that stuff has come true, but it was not to a catastrophic extent. So I just stopped thinking about it.
Right. Well, the thing that I was having a discussion with my dad last week, and I was talking to my daughter and her husband and my dad, and I quizzed him about when did he get his first house? The house that, you know, I was born in. He said he'd gotten it in 1967. And the house payment, he thought he was never going to be able to make it, but it was $78 a month. You know, principal and interest, taxes and insurance was $78 a month. And then that had been like 66 or 67. And then I recounted to my daughter that when I had got out of the Marines in 1990, I had to go look for my first place, you know, like Dad. And it wasn't $78 for a house that you could hang your hat in for forever. It was just an apartment, and it was like $250 a month in 1990 when I first got out of the Marines. And I asked my daughter, so how much is your rent there in suburban DC? And it was $22.50. So you see, from the late 60s to now, just a place to hang your hat went from $78 a month to $2,250 a month. That's a little bit worrisome, isn't it? I mean, Peter Schiff or his ilk, they got a little point there, don't they? Don't you think?
Oh, they do. I don't understand how kids graduating today are going to make it. I think everything is so expensive. It's so much more difficult than when I would hate to be in their shoes right now.
One of the themes that Luke and I keep covering is the fact that I'm thinking that the young people, they can't even believe it anymore. They can't even believe that the American dream is something they can participate in unless they like strike it rich or something, you know, somehow get the proverbial spoon.
Yeah, I think if you're young and energetic, I think you have to look offshore. I think you have to go to Thailand or something.
Mm-hmm.
The cost of living is cheap, and I don't know. It just feels like there's a lot of drag on the economy right now.
I know we're older dudes, but if you were younger, like if I had a 22-year-old son, I think I would just be driving him hard to get into services like, you know, plumbing, air conditioning, something like that. I feel like they're going to be able to write their own ticket, the people who are willing to work, because we don't have people that know the services.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know if you heard the part about me being at this Mexican garage, but they seem to be enjoying life, you know, and they have real skills. There's like a certain self-assurance you get if you know that you can do things that people need, you know.
I know as a right winger, I'm not supposed to think about this, but I did think about, would we lose any construction skills if that 4% just got sent back to Mexico or wherever they came from? Do y'all think we would lose skills? Would we notice that?
Oh, I think we would. At least, yeah. I think it's such a double-edged sword. I mean, people have a lifestyle that's built on low-cost labor done by other people, and I hate the fact that the construction wages have been stagnant for so long. I mean, I think this is a big problem. But, you know, people want cheap onions too. So I don't know how to balance it. I'm not an economist.
So, Kip, you think that life in America is a dystopia? So on a 1 to 10, with 10 being paradise and 0 being a totalitarian hell, how would you rate life in the United States, Kip?
I mean, Luke, you know, it's fine for me. I just think I'm thinking more like for future generations. I don't.
Well, I didn't ask for you. I said, how would you rate life in America?
Life in America is fine. I mean, you're claiming that I'm saying it's dystopian. I'm not saying it's dystopian. I just think that I do still believe there's something akin to a national divorce or some sort of, I don't know, transvaluation of all values on a major scale coming in the next 5 or 10 years. And it has to do primarily with kind of like what we were just talking about with Elliott, just that I think the young people, I don't know how, like I could sense it, like when Sam Hyde was talking, doing that 46-minute talk to Elon or whatever. That guy's supposed to be playing his video games. You know, he's not supposed to be concerned, but even the Sam Hydes of the world seem to be looking up from their video screens and wondering what the fuck's going on with America.
And Elliot, how would you rate the quality of life in the United States on a 0 to 10?
6.
Okay. So, yeah, I'd say probably 6, 7, something like that. But if you're of above average intelligence and normal level of physical vigor, you should be able to navigate and make your way in America. And the skills that are in demand are going to change. So not everyone is cut out for entering a trade, such as carpentry or electrician or plumber, right? Some people are better suited for being teachers or insurance adjusters or some other white-collar profession. It's not like there's just some universal job advice that equally applies to all people, because people have different gifts.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's weird. I don't, there's, I mean, your typical argument of saying, "Oh, where is it better?" I just don't think is good. I don't think it's a good way of framing the problem. I think that's where you're sort of going slightly. And I would like to see. I don't know how I see life doesn't matter. The kids coming up, I just don't know. I think they have like this really incredibly crazy set of values imprinted on them in these public schools, for one. And I think they don't. There's like this notion that work is somehow optional, and you can do things like Bitcoin and all of these scams. Or there's a term for this, like financial nihilism. You ever hear of that one?
Yes.
And I think there's also general nihilism. And my limited interactions with Zoomers and even millennials, they just seem like different people with respect to money. And with respect to life, just to say things are different, I think we have to actually say things are worse for them and for us.
And there's a problem with just women too. They're not going back to the old way of being. There's no I don't even know if they're going to settle for being co-head of the household. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you put the genie back in the bottle. And women are that's part of the component of the American dream. The American dream isn't the man doing it on his own. Generally the American dream is pairing up and getting it done with somebody else. And good Lord, have you seen the morality that the gals are showing on TikTok these days? Look for it.
Well, most women are not on TikTok, so I think women will respond to incentives. I suspect that 2/3 of women and 2/3 of men are basically healthy, and about 1/3 of each sex is basically unhealthy. So I think most women recognize the appeal of settling down with one man and having kids.
You think they do, huh? It seems to me more and more that they enjoy their quote unquote independence, and they're going to be like freeze drying eggs later, for later on in life or something. I don't know. I don't see that. I thought I started late in life, Luke, because I didn't have my first child till I was in my 30s. But to hear women talk, the people who are recounting their lives on the internet, it's almost like they're going to like pull a parachute right at 40 and have one kid, and not replace themselves and their husband if they even have a husband by then.
How much time are you spending on TikTok, Kip?
I don't have TikTok, so I guess the YouTube short equivalent is what I end up watching.
Right, because women who have kids don't have time to make YouTube shorts.
Well, these days, Luke, I don't know. I know you're not really a Walmart guy, but that quality of life, how much disposable income somebody has left, I think that goes on into the quality of life of most people. I don't measure myself about how much consumerism I can take part in, but a lot of people do. They do measure themselves by that. And it's been shocking to me for the last couple of years just what rent did. Just that one thing alone. And then I think, and which is something I don't have to worry with, but I see it with the food. I see it with other things, but I don't see it with rent because I'm not paying rent. But when I catch a whiff of how odious the rents are these days, it's really terrible. In fact, Luke, I'll tell you what I hate about it. I hate that nowadays you got to be very well off, because the working poor and the lower middle class, they've actually got it worse than the people who are taking all the handouts. And they're going to join that club before it's all over with. Hopefully you and Elliott can tell me that I'm wrong there, but I see the only reason they haven't already joined the club is they got commitments in the world that haven't let them thrown it off entirely, where they could just take the free cheese and the free apartment or whatever. As you can see, that's what happened to Britain. Seems like Britain, all the people that have the gumption, the motivation, they're getting the hell out of Britain. All they're left with is the losers.
So, Kip, I don't recall you ever saying anything positive about life in America. Am I wrong? I only recall despair coming from you about this country. Am I missing something?
You're saying that I don't appreciate life in America enough? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. Let me restate what I said. I thought it was very simple.
Okay.
I don't recall you ever saying anything positive about life in America. Am I missing something? I only ever recall despair coming from you.
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm putting on the front because I don't have any despair. It's just, I know that the world is more than just me sometimes. So, you know, I put myself really behind my kids, behind my dogs or whatever. So I don't even really, I'm not playing that game, that moment to moment self-gratification game where it's all about that, Luke. So no, I don't feel despair. You know, I just know that what I had planned for my kids and all, it's all changed. I remember, you think it's silly, but when I set up this house, since I had talked to you, I got thinking, what else was in my brain when I thought about a legacy? And the thinking was that if it ever got bad and my kid had to take, at that time, you know, a $10 an hour job or whatever, they could still get it. They could still get by as long as they had a free house. And now I don't think that's true. I don't know if somebody could get by with just a free house on minimum wage. Life, I think, is going to get too expensive for that. Do you think I'm wrong?
Okay, let me repeat my question. So I don't recall you ever saying anything positive about this country. Am I wrong?
You're wrong. You're
okay,
wrong.
What are the positive things that you've said about this country?
Let's see. Greatest country in the world. I don't know. Best defense in the world. I don't see anybody attacking these big glorious shores we have. We've got 3.5 million square miles to play around in. 50 states, they're all different. We can go freely from state to state if we want to. That's not a problem. I'm just telling you, if it keeps getting more expensive, what good is it to have those 50 states? What good is it to have that change of scenery if you can't even afford to get out there and play in it?
I don't recall you saying those positive things. So do you think that I am missing something when I only recall you expressing despair about the direction of the country? Do you think I'm missing some blinding truths that you uttered and I just forgot about them?
I don't know, maybe so. The despair has more to do with the collapse of the people and the monetary system, you know? Just like I told you, when New York belonged to the Dutch in 1776, there was 170,000 people in New York, and most of them were Dutch at 1776. Where's all the little windmills? Where's all the little Dutch ovens? Where's all the little Dutch farmhouses? It's all gone. You know, they were all swapped out. The country's still there. New York is still there. All those fucking mooks and all that garbage up there, it's still there. They're there. Lib can tell you they've not gone anywhere, but it doesn't have that Dutch flavor anymore. It's just a cesspool now.
Elliott Blatt, do you recall much expression of joy and optimism from you with regard to this country? We've lost Elliott.
Sorry, I was muted. No. I would say I'm overflowing with joy and optimism for this country. No, I'm sad about things. I'm sad about the way things have unfolded. I think kids today have gotten a raw deal. And I think our deal as Xers was a bit rawer than our parents, the boomers, who seem to be able to buy a home on a librarian's salary. You know, we've ended up working for them, bro. I think it's just an economic fact.
So
that's a good point.
So, Elliott, do you recall, Kip, what the hell is the background noise? Who is doing this?
It's not me. I've got headphones.
I got headphones. I'm looking at you.
Okay.
Might be my cigarette. Maybe it's a loud cigarette. I don't know.
How's that? I muted that.
Okay. No, it's still there. So let me edit mic settings here. I'll figure this out here. What?
Yeah, what Elliott was saying was like, my dad bought his first house at 24. I bought my first house at 24. I don't see that happening with people now. They'll be lucky to get a house at 34.
So Kip, why the focus on the problems and the despairing direction in this country? Like, why do you think you're not inclined to notice the positive developments?
Should I focus on the brighter side of life, Luke?
Well, you never do.
Sometimes,
like it's 100% despair that I get, and it's coming from you, Kip. So I don't know what you need to do, but the background feedback is coming from you because I removed Elliott.
Better?
And okay, I think that's better. Okay, no. So I'll try you in a minute. Elliott, did you have any further points when we went off track that you want to develop?
No, not at the moment. I'm using the holiday to sort of catch up on some things. So I don't have any great insights today. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's bring Claire Core and Kip. It's on your end, so I don't know what you need to do. Claire, what's on your mind? Thank you.
Well, it's a matter of interpretation, isn't it? I mean, obviously the truck in New Orleans is not a good way to start the new year, but it's a matter of interpretation. You can say it's always darkest before dawn. People maybe need to really hurt before they adopt the obvious solution. Otherwise, life is still too comfortable for them to even think of changing their ways. And that, I think, is maybe the problem. People are still too comfortable. They think they can just, not do or not think or not say what is required to be said. And if you won't say what needs to be done, then it's not going to be done.
And how do you feel about the direction of your country, the United Kingdom?
It's the same. We have the same system. We have the same problems. It should be obvious to now, to everyone by now, that the collective West, which includes North America to Europe to Australasia, we all have the same social problems. Overflowing with immigrants complaining about them and Muslim terrorism. We have the same problems because we have the same policies. And we refuse to change them because these policies are actually our religion. But nobody wants to admit it. It's not Christianity, it's liberalism. Liberalism has morphed into something horrible and nonsensical and absurd, and nobody wants to be the first one to say that the emperor has no clothes.
Okay. Anything else that you want to add? That's pretty well trodden ground. But anything new hitting you of late, Claire?
I was listening to your terrorism stream, and so I was talking to asking people like, well, if you had to be murdered, would you prefer to be murdered by a lunatic or a terrorist or a family member or a business associate? You know, which is it? And the answer seems to be, oh, I don't know. Then ask your missus, and it's, oh well, she doesn't really know. And maybe you'd like to throw this question open to your live stream, or attempt to answer it yourself.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on that. Thanks, Claire. All right, Kip, let's try you again. Is there a theme or a question or a topic that you want to delve into, Kip?
Yeah, if we could, I would like to start a business, but I don't want to, in the process, build my own prison. You guys on the left coast, you and Elliott, you got any idea of what sort of businesses seem to be doing well right now, thinking outside of the box?
I don't think you can start a business without it having an element of responsibility, and therefore an element of complication, and an element of that prison sense. I don't think you can form any commitment without it adding to some weight to your life. So, Elliott, you started a business selling books online. Do you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, it's kind of a lifestyle business. You have to actually, if you're looking, I would say you have to sort of like the subject matter to some degree or another.
Right.
But don't, the idea that you're just going to find some sort of magic thing and it's just going to print cash for you, I think is unrealistic. There's going to be like day-to-day responsibilities that have to be done, and it might be the right for you. For me, it sort of sharpens my life up a little bit, and does not, it prevents me from stagnating. So I sort of like the fact that it requires me to do all kinds of physical tasks, and it's sort of a way of exercising. So I think I found something good that really works for me, but it's not easy. Don't get any sense that I wouldn't.
But the easiest way to make money is to get a job. It's so much easier for most people than starting their own business. So, Kip, why would you want to start your own business as opposed to getting a job?
Because again, I would like to have something that just kind of makes money there. But again, like I'm telling you, I don't want to build a prison. I don't want to build my own prison. I want to have something that you could give 30 or 40 hours a week to, and not have to give 60 or 80 hours a week to. And I don't know. I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing any smart, new, clever businesses out here where I'm at. But of course, there's not much of anything where I'm at. So I was hoping you guys on the West Coast, you guys being Jews, maybe there's a different way to look at it. I've got sort of the type of problem that only a Fannie Willis can understand.
Do you have anything in mind?
We can have fun with it. We can have fun with it. There's a.
What do you have in mind? Do you have anything specific?
Yeah. Elliott, when I got here, the only thing I really knew about, because I had spent like 6 months buying a bunch of gold and stuff, I learned about precious metals, and I thought, well, I'll come up with something good, or I'll just open a precious metal stand, by the grocery store or something. And I haven't come up with any good ideas. The world has changed, and my thinking is sort of old school, and I'm willing to admit that, but I don't see, what businesses are grabbing everybody's cash these days. Sam Walton wanted to get all of everybody's paycheck. I just want a little bit of it, but I don't know. The only thing I see people gravitating towards is the little vice stores where you have your vape pens and your fake weed and all that kind of stuff. That and the Walmarts, it seems to be the only places getting any activity where I live. But I've got to do something.
I mean, well, do you need to make money, or just a little? Do you need to supplement your income, or do you need like a full-on
No,
professional income.
no, I don't need to make money. It'd be nice, it'd be nice if it made money sooner rather than later, but it doesn't really have to make money now. The other thing that I was going to ask y'all about today, you being a couple of Jews, y'all are notoriously good with money. Do either one of you claim to be good with money?
I do not.
What about
in
you,
fact,
Elliott?
I would say the opposite. Go ahead, Elliott.
I'm not particularly good with money. I mean, I take more risk than I should.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
I've paid the price for that.
You're asking the wrong people, Kim.
I got into sort of a strange paradox because before I became, I don't know, a monk, a mystic, whatever you want to call me, before I became that, I could spend millions of dollars in my mind. You know what I mean? But when I actually became that and had money, it just like I put it away and it would deflate and deflate. So, I've told you the story, Luke. I went out and bought a few houses, and that was very depressing. I bought a couple of lots. I bought some gold. I bought a bunch of CDs. But the cash I have still sits around depreciating. And it needs to I need to make my money work for me. And I know that Luke won't run a financial channel, but and doesn't typically give advice, but it could be something we could play around with and have fun. If you do have any just investment ideas that weren't sucker ideas, but some good investment ideas, it doesn't have to be a business, just someplace.
Well, I have lots of ideas, but I don't know if Luke would want to sort of pursue that on his show. I mean, you could reach out to me privately, and I could.
Yeah, I'll put you guys together if you can. Yeah. I would rather not push ideas that could be devastating for some idiot if they take them on. But for most people, it will be just so much easier to get a job. For 95% of people, they're far better suited to being employees, to being self-employed. Elliott, what do you think about that ratio? I would contend to you, Mr. Blatt, that 19 out of 20 people will find it much more congenial to get a job to make money rather than to operate their own business.
I might have agreed with you 10 years ago, but I think it's a lot easier to do stuff online than it is to do like a business IRL. And so I think a lot of the drudgery and a lot of the difficulty has been automated out. So I think about 50% of people could run a business successfully online.
Wow. So you're saying that someone with a 105 IQ can successfully run an online business?
I think you need about 110.
Okay. So now we're talking maybe 30%, 25% of the population.
Okay. All right,
Kip, would you agree with me that most people would be far better off being an employee rather than trying to operate their own business?
Yes, you're probably right there. Most people don't have the entrepreneurial spirit to put up with that. But I learned early on that the first couple of employers I had, they're only willing to pay you so much. They're never going to pay you what you're worth. So I don't know. I started my first business when I got out of the Marines. I went and worked for somebody as a bill collector and became his data processing director. But I started a janitorial business at night, and as soon as I had $3,000 or $4,000 a month worth of business, I just moved on to that, and it was so refreshing because I was finally getting paid what I was worth, for the first time in forever. So I would say if people have the ability, there's nothing like having your own business, but the whole system is set up against you. The way you're having to pay, the fifth. I don't know. When I had my business, it was like 15.3% in Social Security tax, and you're having to pay these quarterly taxes, and it's a real pain in the ass. So if you've got a business that really isn't making any money, it's just a pain in the ass, I would think, and there's no benefit to it.
But if what Elliott's saying, if it's just a matter of finding your little spot online and driving some traffic to it and filling orders for widgets, that would be awesome, wouldn't it?
So I primarily worked for myself for much of my life, and then about 15 years ago, I took a job, and I was amazed at all the benefits of having a job. Number one, I didn't need to think about my job outside of my job. I wasn't hustling, or even I wasn't thinking about making money or earning opportunities. I could just go to my job and then check out from my job when I left. That was amazing. Two, I could just show up at a certain place every day, put in time, and get a paycheck. And days that I was feeling lousy or not terribly productive, I'd still show up and still get a paycheck. That was amazing. And I just left behind a whole bunch of worry and concern. I was surprised by all the benefits of just going out and taking a full-time job, because when I was working for myself, I thought, oh, this is the way to go. But then I was thinking about work and earning all sorts of time when I wasn't working, and it just created much more of a burden on me. It was not aligned with my natural talents, and I think I'm definitely someone who, in most situations in life, I've just been better off having a job. Elliott, now I assume that you at times have you primarily been an employee as your primary source of income over the course of your adult life?
Yeah. I've been an employee, but I decided that if to buy a place in San Francisco, you need to make like $350,000 a year. You have to make an obscene amount of money, and so I either have to move or I need to create a successful business that gets me that kind of income. So that's how I'm looking at life currently. I agree with you. It's much easier to work for somebody, but there's very few jobs you can just get now that are going to get you in a position to be comfortable and secure, at least in California. So yes, most people need to work at a job until they can learn how to be disciplined about their economic affairs. So the routine of going to job every day, week after week, gets you in the mode of being productive. And if you can have so most people need to learn those skills first. The people that want to start a business and they don't have those skills is because work is painful. Going to a job is painful. Being yelled at is painful. If you don't have a thick skin for those things, you're going to gravitate to opening a business, and you're not cut out for it.
Okay, Claire, you've just been in listening mode for the last 15 minutes. Anything that you want to add to the conversation?
I was going to address in particular the truck, and I was going to make the point that there is this underlying assumption that all Muslims who commit mass murder are terrorists, and all non-Muslims who commit mass murders are not terrorists and therefore mentally ill. Is this a helpful assumption?
I don't know anyone who has the assumption that you just described, but the acts of terror that have achieved the most news media attention over the past 10 years seem to have been either Muslim terror or alt-right terror.
Yes, I mean, you could make a generalization and say men are the problem. All men are terrorists, all men are rapists. And
I don't know anyone who thinks that all Muslims are terrorists. Obviously, 99.999% of Muslims are not terrorists. I've never encountered anyone who believes what you said.
Well, I'm really going by my experience of the dissident right on X today. They were absolutely delighted. It was... I think they were really actually quite happy because they think it's another notch to make it make the imminent remigration inevitable. But I don't think that's how it works, because there will. And anyway, we don't really know. I think he's black, isn't he? He wasn't Muslim all his life. But okay, I'm just saying that bad government causes rising crime and increased incidents of terrorism and people running amok. And this could be related to grievances not being addressed and laws being unfair. What do you think, Luke?
So, yeah, bad government and lack of law enforcement plays a role. The less social cohesion, social trust, I think that plays a role in predisposing a society to tip into chaos and to tragedy. I think the more that people feel in common with their fellow citizens, the less likely they are to engage in this type of behavior. And I think the more severely we punish a violent crime, in all likelihood, the less that we will have of it. Kip, you've been in listening mode for a few minutes. Anything you want to jump back in with?
No, just had some phone problems, but I'm back in the game now, just listening in.
Okay, Elliott, I had a question for you. So, Elliott, if I were to put all the hours that I've live streamed and the hours that I prepared for live streams and compare that to the economic payout would be something like $2 an hour. What would be the economic payout for your side hustle selling books on an hourly basis, do you think?
Right now, I would say I haven't done the
No,
math.
overall, just guess.
Overall, between $10 and $20 an hour, not much. But the thing is that I'm building, so I see myself in the building phase. I'm making long-term investments. I'm buying a lot of books, and with that comes a lot of logistical work. So it's not how I'm looking at things. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So I'm building for I'm looking for I'm not expecting this to be like a full-time income for another 2-3 years. I'm looking, but I want it to be something that basically eventually will run itself, and then it will pay me an annual salary that will be enough to retire. So it's the wrong way to look at it.
Do you have any under-earning tendencies, Elliott, that you're particularly aware of?
Well, I taking big risks. Is that an under-earning tendency?
Yeah, if it's ill-advised.
Yeah, well, in retrospect, it's ill-advised. So, yeah, I think I have a tendency to take big risks and go for a big score, and.
Well, let me run through some of the symptoms.
Not be prudent. Just go outside the boundaries of something that's prudent.
Right. Okay. What about time indifference? We put off what must be done. We do not use our time to support our own vision and further our own goals. How are you doing there?
5 being too much, or 5 being, is it 1 out of 5? What are we doing?
Yeah, let's go 1 out of 5. 1 where you've got a big problem. 5, no problem.
5.
Okay. Idea deflection. We compulsively reject ideas that could expand our lives or careers and increase our profitability.
5.
Compulsive need to prove. Although we have demonstrated competence in our jobs or business, we are driven by a need to reprove our worth and value.
5. I have no interest in proving anything to anybody.
Clinging to useless possessions. We hold on to possessions that no longer serve our needs. So you're using 5 as in you don't have a problem. So
Exactly.
Clinging to useless possessions.
I used to have it, but I've been purging for about 2 years now. So I would say that's now at a 5.
Exhaustion. We habitually overwork, become exhausted, then underwork or cease work completely.
5. I work like an ox.
Giving away our time. We compulsively volunteer for various causes or give away our services without charge when there is no clear benefit.
5. I never do that.
Undervaluing and underpricing. We undervalue our abilities and services and fear asking for increases in compensation or for what the market will bear.
4.
Isolation. We choose to work alone when it might serve us much better to have co-workers, associates, or employees.
It's a difficult one because that's my mode I'm in now, because I'm very reluctant to work. I've made attempts at working with other people and they keep failing and falling apart for one reason or another. So I'm in solo mode now. I would like to work with someone else, but they would have to meet a lot of certain criteria, because I want my work. If I'm going to work with someone, I want to enjoy their company and I don't want to be fighting with them. So I don't know how. 3.
And physical ailments. Sometimes out of fear of being larger or exposed, we experience physical ailments.
I don't think so. 5.
Misplaced guilt or shame. We feel uneasy when asking for or being given what we need or what we are owed.
3.
Not following up. We do not follow up on opportunities, leads, or jobs that could be profitable. We begin many projects and tasks, but often do not complete them.
4.
Stability boredom. We create unnecessary conflict with coworkers, supervisors, and clients, generating problems that result in financial distress.
5.
Okay, Kip, you listened to 12 symptoms of underearning. Do any of them apply to you?
I don't know. Real quickly, what were they? What was one?
Okay, I'll give them to you one at a time, and you can just tell me if it applies. Time indifference. We put off what must be done. We do not use our time to support our own vision and further our own goals.
I'm bad about that.
Number 2, idea deflection. We compulsively reject ideas that could expand our lives or careers and increase our profitability.
I'm good about that.
Compulsive need to prove. Although we have demonstrated competence in our jobs or business, we are driven by a need to reprove our worth and value.
Could care less.
Clinging to useless possessions. We hold on to possessions that no longer serve us.
I'm great about that, so not a problem there.
Exertion, exhaustion. We habitually overwork, become exhausted, then underwork or cease work completely.
Geez, after making $70,000 a month tax-free, it made me the most laziest person in the world after that. So I'm terrible about that.
Giving away our time. We compulsively volunteer for various causes. We give away our time and services without charge when there is no clear benefit.
I'll do that. No problem, because it'll come back to you one day.
Undervaluing and underpricing. We undervalue our abilities and services, and we fear asking for increases in compensation or for what the market will bear.
Not a problem with me, because I'm worthless.
We choose to work alone when it might serve us much better to have co-workers, associates, or employees.
People are overrated.
Physical ailments. Sometimes out of fear of being larger or exposed, we experience physical ailments.
No, sir, not a problem there.
Misplaced guilt or shame. We feel uneasy when asking for or being given what we need or what we are owed.
No, I'm owed that.
Not following up. We do not follow up on opportunities, leads, or jobs that could be profitable. We begin many projects and tasks, but do not complete them.
When I was a working man, that's what probably separated me from everybody else, but I don't have to work. I don't do that anymore.
Stability boredom. We create unnecessary conflict with coworkers, supervisors, and clients, generating problems that result in financial distress.
My first job after the Marines, I learned that there was problems out in the smoke area. That's where all the shit was getting stirred. So I learned just to stay away from those hens that were out there smoking, because all they did is stir up problems.
Okay, Claire, do you want to weigh in on anything?
I know the economy is bad for many people at the moment, but these things need a root and branch approach to things. So I know the debt ceiling keeps being raised, and this means the tax burden is kicked down the road for the next generation. And if you're highly taxed, you'll kind of not want to work because you don't want to work for a government that wastes your taxes. So there will be problems until there is a final spring cleaning of all the bad habits and the wrong laws that are currently in place. And that's my take on it.
Okay, thanks, Claire. Kip, did you want to add anything before I move on?
On this subject?
On any subject.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, I was going to ask you a couple of trivia questions if you get a minute.
Yeah, let's do that another time. So let me know if you got a topic. Elliott, any final words?
No final.
Okay, thanks, guys. Just put it in the chat or send me a message if you got something you want to weigh in on. I want to get back to Alex Castellanos, Republican strategist, Doug Sosnick, Democratic strategist. The takeaways from the 2024 election.
Democrats, their status and stature is dependent upon being able to determine what others do. We're going to create, the next piece of policy is going to work better than the last one, not to deregulate, but to somehow do it more efficiently. That's a real problem, I think, for a party moving forward. Can the Democratic Party, can a new generation of Democrats say, look, the world's changed, we've got to change with it? Maybe we want more government, but maybe it's not at the very top. Maybe we can't see people hurting and not do anything about it, but we can't believe in this culture of expertise, political expertise in Washington. We have to try something different and open it up to a larger model. Listen to the language of the Elon Musk of this world. We're going to try some stuff, and if it doesn't work, you're going to tell us. I think we're at a place where both parties are trying to move into the future. And in many ways, who would have thought that Donald Trump would usher in a new era of a different kind of more bottom-up organic government? I think that's what's happening here. And I think that's the challenge for the Democrats. Sometimes you have to let go of power to get more of it.
So Ricardo, as always, Ricardo is the most provocative person in my life, and he has a great comment here. I like how being a Christian is now cast as under-earning. So let's look at the symptoms of under-earning and see if it correlates with being a Christian. So giving away our time. We compulsively volunteer for various causes. We give away our services without charge when there is no clear benefit. So how is that being a Christian? If you're doing something compulsively, meaning that you have no choice over what you're doing, or if you give away your services without charge when there is no clear benefit. So you are not building your Christianity, you're not furthering any of your goals, your compulsive giving away of your time and your services doesn't further anything that you stand for, and yet somehow that's Christian. That was not my experience of Christianity. So time indifference, we put off what must be done. We do not use our time to support our own vision. How is that Christian? Idea deflection, we compulsively reject ideas. How exactly is that Christian? We have a compulsive need to prove. Again, that doesn't strike me as Christian. We cling to useless possessions. Doesn't strike me as Christian. We habitually overwork, become exhausted, and then underwork or cease work completely. I don't see how that is Christian. We undervalue and underprice. How is that Christian? We isolate. We have all sorts of physical ailments because we fear stepping up and having a bigger life than simply existing in the cave. We have misplaced guilt or shame. We don't follow up, and we suffer from stability boredom. So I don't see how any of these symptoms of under-earning correlate with Christianity.
Sorry. No, that's a distinctive thing that you're saying, but do you agree with that, Doug? I mean, is it really that Americans want less top-down? I think Americans are concerned. I mean, I don't seem to be thrilled about making reproductive rights just considered at the state level. And immigration, is that really a local thing?
To make it clear, it's not that whether they just want that, it's that the old way isn't working for them. It's not producing a better economy where they can go to the grocery and get cheaper, better stuff. It's not producing a secure country where they can walk their neighborhood safely. It's not producing a secure border where we can decide who comes in and who doesn't. It's that it doesn't work. It's not just what they want, and therefore they want to change.
So I'll answer your question, but just to build on what Alex said. So we're going through the biggest period of change in our country since the late 1800s. When we went from an agrarian society to an industrial society. We've been moving now since the 1970s away from a 20th century top-down manufacturing economy to a 21st century digital and global one. Historians call that a hinge moment in history, like a hinge that's holds up two pieces of wood on a door. So if you go back to the late 1800s, early 1900s, that was a 30 or 40 year period of the transition. In the beginning, a handful of people were the winners and a lot of people were the losers. Eventually, as people got education, electricity became affordable to everybody. Eventually, everyone enjoyed the benefits. But we're now 20 years.
Okay, interesting comment in the chat. Does giving 10% of your income to your group count as under-earning? Not unless it is threatening the well-being of yourself and your family. So people with a high intense commitment to their religion and to their in-group do give away money. But if it results in becoming homeless or failure to get necessary medical care. I remember I was chronically ill with chronic fatigue syndrome, bedridden for years, and I was giving away all of my disposable income essentially to buy Dennis Prager products, right? That was maladaptive. That was insane. That was not a good use of my financial resources. So rabbis that I know would not want you to give away and would not want you to donate more than you can afford at a particular time.
Years into this transition, and starting in the 1970s was the beginning of where the decline of.
So there's a saying in Leviticus in the Torah that you should love your neighbor as yourself, and that presumes that you love yourself and that you take appropriate care of yourself. So begin with taking care of yourself, taking care of your family, and then look to your extended family, to your friends, to your community, and contribute there.
The middle class in America. And all the data can show you that. And basically, people feel like we're now in a winner-take-all society in which there are a handful of winners and a lot of losers.
So what is the point of giving away 10% of your earning on top of other taxes? So I believe the Orthodox Jewish ruling on how much money you should give away, it is 10% of your after-tax income. And so I know people in traditional Jewish life who have 5 or more children in Jewish day schools, and they're not getting a break. So they are paying out $300,000 a year in fees to Jewish day schools.
And that certainly happened in this kind of hinge movement transition, but they feel like the system is corrupt and it is set out to screw them. And they would feel better about not doing.
Yeah, I was buying Dennis Prager tapes, so they were something like $10 each. So it was really important to be Dennis Prager's #1 customer, right? Obviously, that was something that was not aligned with my best interests. But yeah, I probably spent about $5,000 buying Dennis Prager materials and sending them to my friends, many, if not most of whom could not care less and probably didn't pay any attention to what I was sending them.
As well, if they thought the system was fair. And so what I've always said about Trump is he is not the cause of what's going on in America. He's the symptom of it. And in fact, if you look, and remember, politics is a lagging indicator, not a.
And people can be both a symptom and a cause. So I usually see things more in structural terms. So I am predisposed to see Trump as a 80% symptom, 20% cause.
Leading indicator. So it usually takes 20 years for something to happen in our society before you see it in the ballot box. And so you saw the beginning, as I said earlier, the decline of the middle class in the 1970s. Shareholder capitalism became in vogue in the 70s. Reagan adopted it in the 80s. And the first time you saw the impact of that politically was in 1992 when Pat Buchanan ran for the nomination of America First Party. Ross Perot got almost 20 million votes in that election. That was the foundation for the modern Republican Party. When Donald Trump rode down that escalator in 2015, he got in front of a line that had been forming for 25 years because of what people feel like in our winner-take-all, Wild West capitalism, nothing like capitalism in Europe, in which they feel like the people who are in charge are screwing them and they're benefiting. So he tapped into that. So when you take the issue of immigration was a big problem for a couple of reasons. First of all, it was a real problem. And Biden changed the policies. We had an enormous influx of people coming across the border. The policies he put in place in the beginning of 2021.
Okay, great question from Elliott in the chat. Is talking on the phone with another underearner a symptom of underearning? Yes, if it's not of benefit, right? If you're just giving away your time with no benefit. So it's no benefit to you and it's no benefit to the other party, then yes, that is a symptom of underearning. If the conversation is of benefit to you, or if it is of benefit to the other party, that it is not a symptom of underearning. So for me, the main thing that I got out of addressing my underearning is the ability to stack all the actions of my typical day in a way that I could feel good about. It was a system for increasing my ability to feel some self-efficacy and to increase my self-respect and to feel the opposite of spinning my wheels. So feeling as though I was turning my wheels in a direction that was moving me forward. But I have had regular sponsees in 12-step programs with regard to earning, and I've had them sometimes for years, and sometimes it seems they're making progress, sometimes it seems that they're not making progress, but I have consistently received a benefit from these conversations, and I'm told from sponsees that they were consistently receiving a benefit from the conversation. So who knows how bad either of our lives may have been without these conversations. So too, I spent 10 years in therapy, and it would be hard to see spectacular examples of growth from therapy, but who knows how bad my life would have been without those 10 years of therapy. I got more immediate dramatic benefit from 12-step programs than I did from therapy.
Made the problem a lot worse. And so it's a real problem. But it was also a proxy for how people felt about.
So one time suck that it was easy to fall into in talking to sponsees would be to allow the conversation to move from underearning, which was supposed to be the primary focus, to anything else. So I noticed that often sponsees want to talk about religion. They want to talk about their philosophy of life. They want to talk about the events of the week, and they don't want to focus on the nuts and bolts of the program. And I too would feel temptation to just share my wisdom, to perhaps act somewhat as a life coach, or to just share what's going on with me. So the more that we could keep the conversations focused in a big book, 12-step, 12-symptom, 12 demonstrations of underearning and how these frameworks might apply to our life, the more benefit I think we got out of these phone calls.
Their life being spun out of control, the fact that they were no longer feeling like they were in a country that they were born in. When I was raised growing up, there were two things that there was a given. One is no matter where you were born, what circumstances, if you worked hard, you could get ahead. No one believes that now. And secondly, everyone knew that the next generation of people in this country were going to have it better than the current generation. No one believes that anymore. And so it's these 20th century institutions that are incapable of dealing with these 21st century problems, which I also alluded to, and the fact that they see it all the time, people in charge of the system benefiting from this, that creates a tremendous amount of resentment, and that transcends partisanship. There are a lot of things that Bernie Sanders agrees with Trump on. And there are a whole host of issues, including women's right to choose and other things that matter to people. Fundamentally, it's people's security. It's their personal security and their economic security that they value most. And that's how almost all elections are determined.
I'm curious that you think that this is like the 1800s or late 1800s. How that century ended with huge reform against the Gilded Age with Teddy Roosevelt, and then subsequently FDR took it on once the Depression hit. Do you see that kind of major change is what's needed for Democrats, or is that just an old-fashioned way of looking at it?
No. First of all, the dirty little secret is a lot of Donald Trump's positions on issues are very popular with all Americans, Democrats and Republicans. I think people are going to look back at Trump's view of China, which is quite different than Obama's view of China, of Bush's view of China, of Clinton's view of China. I think most people agree with Trump's view of China, not the three presidents before them. And in fact, if you look at Biden's policies on China, they're way more similar to Trump's than they were to their predecessor. When Trump says, if NATO countries who are supposed to give 2% of their budgets to military and over half of them did.
Right. So this is one Democratic strategist, and then Dan Turrentine, another Democratic strategist, both saying that Donald Trump's program is broadly popular. And essentially, they're both saying that Donald Trump won on substance. One 12-step program that helped me get my life on track was Debtors Anonymous, here at 12 Signs of Compulsive Debting. So one perspective is debting is a disease of confusion or lack of clarity. Not nailing that. But number one, being unclear about your financial situation, not knowing account balances, monthly expenses, loan interest rates, fees, fines, or contractual obligations. Sign number 2 of compulsive debting, frequently borrowing items such as books, pens, or money from friends and others, failing to return them. 3, poor saving habits, not planning for taxes, retirement, or other not recurring but predictable items. And then feeling surprised when they come due, a live for today, don't worry about tomorrow attitude. 4, compulsive shopping, being unable to pass up a good deal. Making impulsive purchases, leaving price tags on clothes so they can be returned, not using items you've purchased. 5, difficulty in meeting basic financial or personal obligations and an inordinate sense of accomplishment when such obligations are met. 6, a different feeling when buying things on credit than when paying cash, a feeling of being in the club, of being accepted, of being grown up. Symptom 7, living in chaos and drama around money, using one credit card to pay another, bouncing checks, always having a financial crisis to contend with. 8, tendency to live on the edge, living paycheck to paycheck, taking risks with health and car insurance coverage, writing checks, hoping money will appear to cover them. Symptom number 9 of compulsive debting, unwarranted inhibition and embarrassment in what should be a normal discussion of money. Symptom 10, overworking or underearning, working extra hours to earn money to pay creditors, using time inefficiently, taking jobs below your skill and education level. 11, an unwillingness to take care for and value yourself, living in self-imposed deprivation, denying your basic needs to pay your creditors. 12, feeling or hope that someone will take care of you if necessary so that you won't really get into serious financial trouble, that there'll always be somebody else that you can turn to, that someone will come along and rescue you.
Did when he took office. When Trump says if they don't pony up, we're not going to defend them anymore. Well, you know what? Most Americans agree with that, whether they're on the left or whether they're on the right. And the animating force in American politics today is populism, from the left and from the right, on economic matters. And that is what's going to be, I think, going to continue to drive our politics. And a lot of times you'll see in politics, the far left and the far right will agree on a lot of issues. They get there in opposite ways, but that is the future. And until you can see, and this takes 10 or 20 years, that's what happened in the early 1900s when the corporations came to the government and said, none of these farmers are trained. We need trained workers. So we created high schools, and they went to high school and they got trained. And 20 or 30 years later, they had much better jobs than their agrarian unemployed father was when he got laid off. But that takes a long time. And so we're 11 out of 13 elections, as I said a minute ago, or country voted for change. My guess is 14 out of the next 16, they're going to vote for change. We're going to come out of this, but it's going to take 2 things are going to happen. One is we have to do a lot more of what we're starting to do, which is give people who don't go to college the skills and training to get these jobs of the future, and create an environment in which the education system sends the signals to the employers of what the jobs are, what training these people have, what jobs they can do. That's happening now, and fewer people going to college, more people are doing the trades, and you're going to see, back as we had 50 years ago, a lot of people who don't go to college are going to have a really nice middle-class life. But it's going to take 10 or 20 more years for that. And the other thing that's going to happen is the baby boomers, we're going to die off. We drove the country into the ground based on what we were given. The Generation Z and millennials who grew up around nothing except seeing how screwed up the world was based on us, the baby boomers, and how we ran it, they think the world differently than we do. So over 70% care about gun control. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, that generation grew up with people being slaughtered in schools. These people care about the environment. They're going to be the majority of voters by the end of the decade, and they're going to soon take over the leadership in our country. So the combination then of us moving in this transition from a hinge period and having vast majority of people begin to feel the positive from this, and the generational change of leadership, it's going to enable us to get out of this cul-de-sac that we've been in since the beginning of the century. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
So just to go further with.
Okay, there is a hilarious X account, J5 Killer. He tweets, who decided that every big city police chief in America had to be either an elderly white crone or a side character from Amos and Andy? That's pretty funny.
That, what is that? How does that populism for the Democratic Party? You're saying the party, like the Republican Party, needs to be more populist.
Well, for instance, you wouldn't have if you had a Democratic president in 2009, you would have made sure that someone went to prison for the economic crisis. you've seen. We'll see what Trump actually does. A couple of weeks ago, or last week.
The reason we had a global financial crash is because the United States Congress forced banks to extend loans to protected minorities who did not qualify for such loans. They failed to pay these mortgage loans back, and as a result, we got the global financial crash. We didn't get a global financial crash because Wall Street and finance was just engaged in reckless behavior. Wall Street and finance and banks were doing the reckless behavior that the United States Congress and American presidents forced them to do.
He actually stood on the side of the longshoremen on a strike. It means defending the workers' rights and workers' pay and not siding with corporations. And that's going to be one of the potential opportunities for Democrats, potentially, is we saw how Trump ran about being for the workers. Of course, in his business, he fired them and gave Musk lots of approval for getting rid of people. So we're going to see what they're really made of. Now, there are Republicans like Hawley and Rubio who are walking picket lines on behalf of workers in labor. So we're going to see what that is, what is meaningful or not, or just symbolic with the Trump administration. But it's going to be siding with the American worker. And it's something that I think Democrats have lost I think the working people of this, the biggest problem is the working people of this country think the Democrats look down upon them. And if they think someone looks down upon you, then they're not going to vote for you.
And Doug, to your point there, Trump just.
So on X, we're getting reports of 4 people, 3 men, 1 woman, according to various photographs and closed circus TV footage of people planting explosive devices before or during this New Orleans terror attack.
Sided with the dock workers and not automating ports. Now, you would have thought the old Republican Party of, big government is the only thing that takes your freedom away, would not have used the power of government to side with the workers as opposed to, unfettered capitalism. But Trump did that. So those ideological lines are blurring. And what's changed for Republicans and I think for Democrats now is big government is now not the only thing that can take people's freedom and their opportunities away. They see everybody at the top who collects power, whether that's big tech, big industry, big pharma, big food, all those people centralizing power against the outsider, the little guy. And I think the Republicans, I think, are a step ahead, but that's where Bernie Sanders has been, as Doug has said, and that's the current in the Democratic Party. Now, if you're a political leader, if you're Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and you want to win a primary for governor or senator in New York, do you go to the left? Do you maintain your kind of way left of center position? Isn't that the most efficient way to win? Or do you run almost as a general election campaign and try to win it that way? Barack Obama did that. Barack Obama kind of appeared on the scene and won the primary almost from the center, right? But that's a tough thing for Democrats to do.
Well, that's yes, but just to be clear, only one time since World War II, Roosevelt has a political party had the White House for 3 terms in a row. Only one time, and that was Bush in '88. So this is a country that doesn't, and this is a country that doesn't want one party to have the White House too long. And the other thing was different for Obama, given his background. He had a lot more leeway to veer away from his base than most politicians, and they weren't going to walk on Obama.
And my argument would be, Doug, that success is uniformly fatal over time.
Remember the absurd hopes that Barack Obama voters invested in Barack Obama. Remember they took seriously hope and change. I mean, talk about an underachiever. Barack Obama didn't accomplish virtually nothing of what his supporters anticipated that he'd accomplish. He turned out to be pretty much a big nothing. Donald Trump has been a far more influential politician than Barack Obama.
That if you fail, you get up and try again. But once it's pogo, we've met the enemy and he is us. If you're in power long enough, you become them, not us. It's the life cycle. And I think both parties are there now. Trump has taken it into the future, a more populist Republican Party. The Democrat Party is at war with itself on that.
Well, look, just to be clear, the Republican Party battle is over. Trump won. And Reaganism went from, I mean, Reagan was defining the Republican Party basically from 1978 on Prop 13 in California, which is really the single most important political event in the last part of the last century. It was Prop 13. Then Reagan won 2 years later. Reagan defined what it meant to be a Republican through the 2012 election when Romney lost. This election was the culmination of a hostile takeover by Donald Trump of the Republican Party. It took 12 years. It is now complete. The Democratic Party has not even begun that process of reinventing itself. And it's not going to reinvent itself in 6 weeks or 6 months. And as I said earlier, it's not going to reinvent itself from Washington.
So Catherine Herridge is an investigative reporter. She worked for CBS News for years. This is what she's posted on X. Based on 2 decades covering terrorism and intelligence, it's not clear that the New Orleans threat and potential terror cell has yet been fully neutralized. Bourbon Street may have been a target of opportunity after a larger plot was disrupted. Law enforcement seeking a range of suspects indicates there may be strong evidence of a broader conspiracy. So we should expect warrants for the suspect Shamsuddin Jabbar's electronics, phones, computers, hard drives, thumb drives, bank records. Expect a forensic scrub of his social media accounts. And will we find links to the writings of Anwar al-Awlaki? He was the first American targeted for death by the U.S. government, linked to 9/11 suspects. He was killed in a 2011 drone strike, but his influence lives on.
Washington is not going to reinvent itself from the congressional wing. And parties are defined by who either ran for president or who is president. And Jimmy Carter was the president of the Democratic Party, thanks to you, Alex, in part. He was president of the Democratic Party from 1976 until 1992. He defined what it meant to be a Democrat. And there's 1.5 political parties in our country. The party that controls the White House is the party, and the opposition is the half party. And unless and until the Democrats are able to nominate someone and elect them, Joe Biden will probably be the face of the Democratic Party.
You know who what about this for a crazy idea? What if Fetterman runs for president? He is that kind of...
So it sounds like we still have 3 ISIS-supporting terrorists at large. Right, at least 3 people who planted bombs in connection with the New Orleans attack who are still at large.
Next generation, out of the box, break the old mold. But that might be the kind of thing that Democrats have to do, who has got enough credentials on the left, but enough populist cred to just blow up the old way of doing things. I think he's one Republicans better watch.
Well, let's just say that it would appear the job description has changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Not only on running for president, but also on getting a Senate confirmed job and whether you're qualified or not.
From Mar-a-Lago to the hoodie.
I want to go to just to Jay Johnson in a moment, but I did want to ask you, how do you make the difference between populism versus going to the center for the Democratic Party? Populism sounds like, reform or doing things for the people, which Biden tried to do, certainly in some respects. But it sounded like you thought the party needed to get away from the extreme left, move more to the center. But I just wanted to understand how you conceive of populism different from the left wing of the party. Who I'm sure Bernie Sanders considers himself a populist.
Yeah. So if the Democratic Party spends the next 4 years talking about whether we should move to the left, stay at the left, or move to the middle, if that's the discussion in the Democratic Party, and that false choice, then we're dead. And so, where the fact of the matter is, we are a center-right country. If you look at Gallup, it's like 26% of Americans consider themselves progressives. The vast majority of people in this country consider themselves either moderates or conservatives. Where the sweet spot in American politics is people are culturally conservative in this country and economically progressive. And so the sweet spot, and elections are all, Alex can tell you all about this. So regardless of you're a Democrat or Republican, there are issues that you win on and there are issues that you lose on. So guys like Alex, when he's running a campaign against my guys, my goal is to try to neutralize the issues that we lose on so we can talk about the issues that we win on. So if you tell me at the end of the day what the campaign was about, I'll just tell you, just give you an example of Trump. So Trump was trying to get non-college voters to vote for him, particularly non-college white voters in the Rust Belt. And any day that the front page, or the coverage after the day, any day that the coverage was about race with Harris was a victory for him. So he goes to the black journalist and says all those incendiary things. The press goes crazy. All the people that hate Trump go crazy. But it wasn't even a dog whistle. It was a whistle to his supporters. He went to Colorado, which is not a swing state, and he goes to a city that had been overrun supposedly by Venezuelan gangs. And he talked about immigration and talked about the gangs, just like in Ohio with the Haitians eating cats. Now, people who hate Trump, their head was going to explode. The press went crazy, but they covered it. And that was exactly the message that he was trying to get out to his voters. Those are the issues that Democrats are going to lose on. So for Democrats going forward, we have to neutralize these issues we're going to lose on so we can pivot to the issues that we can win on.
Laura Luma writes, it's obvious that a terror cell has been activated. Right? Stay safe, avoid public places. Things are getting very volatile. Other suspected terrorists at large, according to the FBI.
Okay. Well, I want to go to Jay Johnson. Secretary Johnson, you have a question.
I have a statement in the form of a question, or a
So this is the former head of the Department of Homeland Security.
question in the form of a statement. Please react to what I'm about to say. First of all, I'm really depressed by this conversation. I think that the Democrats' first order of business should be spend all of our time talking to voters who first supported Bernie Sanders and then supported Donald Trump, to understand how you can find it within yourself to support both people and why you went from one to the other. And I think we learned a lot that way. I also believe that voting in this age has become as much cultural as it has voting on particular issues. You all were talking about this earlier. I think that a lot of working class voters who voted Republican this time around resent the Democratic Party, perceive us as culturally elite, and resent that and believe that we look down on them. The other point I'll make, which I made on MSNBC this morning, I think the Democratic Party, I think professional Democrats have become captured by the notion of identity politics. We tend to view voters as voting blocks. And, for a while that was true, particularly with the black vote. The black vote would vote 90% for the Democrat. And we make the mistake of assuming that other demographics are going to do the same thing. If we go to a rally or have an event and we talk about these three issues, you win over the Hispanic vote. I happen to believe there is no such thing as the Hispanic vote in this country. It's too diverse. There's a big difference between a Mexican American and a Cuban American. And we have to get away from the notion. And I think activist groups inside the Beltway fuel this. They'll come to those of us in government and say, it's important to the Hispanic community that you do the following three things. And we buy that, and it's not true. To me, I learned a tremendous amount about the so-called Hispanic vote just going to Laredo, Texas. And the local congressman there, Henry Cuellar, said to me, this is 85% Democratic, 85% Mexican American, but they want to get the border. They want you to get the border under control. So several things would be true at once. And I think the other major lesson learned from this election is that there's limited value in celebrity surrogates. Kamala Harris could not have done any better with celebrity surrogates, but what good did it do with the swing voter? And so we've got a lot of lessons learned. If history is a guide, Democrats will capture one or both houses in the next midterm, and there'll be a lot of gridlock. But there's a larger picture at work here. Voters want to change agents. They're unhappy with their government. They think their government doesn't work for them. They don't trust our government. They don't trust our government to tell us the truth about drones, and want somebody who's a disruptor. And I agree, Donald Trump's a symptom, not a cause. He's a symptom on steroids, but to a lot of voters, a lot of swing voters, he's their change agent, and they don't care if he's offending everybody in the process. So
I agree. Because I would react quickly. First of all,
So here is a common media trope with regard to terror attacks. Here's an example. Michael Shermer tweets this. Mainstream media such as CBS News is saying that a Tesla Cybertruck caught on fire outside of the Trump Hotel in Vegas, which suggests a battery problem or whatever. If you watch the video, it was a bomb detonation. So this was an act of terror in Las Vegas when a Cybertruck blew up outside the Trump Tower. It was not just bad technology.
I wrote something about 12 years ago in Politico called "Which Side of the Barricades Are You On?" And on one side of the barricades was Hillary Clinton, Mitt Romney, corporate CEOs. And on the other side of the barricades was Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump and Rand Paul and Elizabeth Warren. And that's the defining fault line. And you're totally right about cultural issues. Biden's walking around Michigan and saying, after all I've done for the auto industry, why aren't these workers for me? Well, the answer is they culturally were comfortable with Trump, and they viewed Biden and the Democrats culturally with contempt. Thirdly, education is now the fault line in American politics. That's more important than race. That's more important than ethnicity. That's the single best predictor of how someone's going to vote. And it is insulting for people to be put in a box based on their ethnicity or race. When I was starting in politics, we had the Italian vote and the Irish vote. We know what happened to the Italian vote and the Irish vote? We're down the fourth or fifth generation of assimilation of those people. They think of themselves.
So I remember when I was working for K-High Cahill Radio and covering the November 1986 election, and I was hanging out, and this one guy who was very familiar with politics in that area, he started breaking down how different groups would vote. And I was so indoctrinated, I said, isn't that racist to notice that different groups vote differently? And he exploded at me, as he rightly should have. Not one of my finer moments.
Who they are and what they aspire to be, not where they came from. And the last thing I'll say is Biden was the first person elected president of the United States without a political base since 1988, when Bush basically got elected as a Reagan third term. And in a sense, you had, as I said earlier, we've had 9 years as the organizing.
Okay, got some breaking news here. White House insists Jimmy Carter is still sharp and focused behind closed doors. Good to know.
Principle in the Democratic Party, nothing matters except beating Trump. And so we coalesced in 2020 like a chemical reaction within 2 weeks when it looked like Bernie Sanders was going to be the nominee. So Biden got nominated and elected president without a political base. It was really a federation of special interests, the guns, the abortion, the environment, the civil rights community. And he was beholden to that federation. And he never once took on anyone of the federation, which is why the sum is less than the parts.
I just want to add something that Jay said that rang a bell with me, and that is that identity politics is dying, and meet the new melting pot. We all have these. We're all part of so many things beyond just our peculiar little group or our origin or last name. And don't start the story with just, here comes Donald Trump. Everything was working great, and along comes Donald Trump to disrupt everything for no reason. No. Working class folks, as Doug just said, had never felt more disenfranchised from their own country than they have felt recently. And don't just say, oh, well, culturally, they're just alienated against these other people. Ask why. Why is culture such a big issue? Well, everything they believe in that held the country together has been wiped out. Tell me what unites Americans today. They don't salute the same flag. The national anthem doesn't mean the same thing. You know, men are toxic. There's a lot going on, and there's nothing to hang on to that we can all say, this is what an American is. Culture is the common identity. You know, borders define a country, but culture defines a nation. It says what you are.
Vote and winning both the Senate and
And
the
people,
House.
I think, are telling us they want to be something again. And I think the challenge for Democrats is going to be, we stand for some core things that unite the country, not the idea that the next program from us, the ennobled people in Washington, are going.
Right. The more we have in common with our fellow citizens, the better. Higher social cohesion, higher social trust equals higher quality of life.
Going to save your little pathetic life. The other thing I would add too about this election is Donald Trump, one of his greatest gifts is he was underrated again and again and again as an unserious person who didn't understand all of this. And I think 50 years from now, 100 years from now, we'll be talking about that moment when this guy stood up and said, fight, 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 after he was shot. When you have a group of disenfranchised, heartbroken working class Americans who feel that the very people they sent to Washington to fight for them are only helping themselves and not them. And a guy stands up in the face of that and says, we're going to fight, fight, fight for you. That's a pretty big moment. I don't know of anyone else. I mean, I can't imagine seizing that moment. But to me, perhaps the election turned on just that one heroic moment.
I'm curious to ask.
So former Major League Baseball pitcher John Rocker says the FBI has seized 150 homemade pipe bombs, the largest stockpile of homemade explosives ever recovered at a Virginia home. The bombs were pre-loaded into a vest. What the heck is going on?
Each of you, what do you think unites the country? What is it that unites the country?
I haven't been in. I think this country still yearns to let everybody have the potential to be whatever they want to be. Not to fit in some group, not to be assigned an identity, not to be told this is best practices, not to be told that you must use this language. One of the funny things that happened this election is that Republicans learned to laugh again. Humor, whether Joe Rogan, comedians, you can't laugh at the little guys, right? There's no joke in that. You laugh at power in the establishment. What were they laughing at? They're laughing at the people who eroded all the things that made us one. To me, there's an old story. A researcher who came to this country and looked at Americans and said, boy, these Americans are nuts. It's this huge country, vast network of roads. Americans are always going everywhere. Ooh, wait a minute. That means Americans aren't about where they are, they're about where they could be. Ooh, wait, that tells us something else. Americans aren't about who they are. They're about who they could become. The frontier thesis.
This is important. There are dominant values that have been shared by Americans, and one of them is a sense of optimism and in a pragmatic confidence that we can figure things out.
Frederick Turner Johnson, I think, is still in this country, and it has infected the world, by the way. And Americans feel that freedom, that opportunity to be what they could be, gives them a better shot than the old industrial age machine, like you're a cog in a gear in somebody else's machine. So I think the future here is a culture where you're a cog in a gear in somebody's machine, or an open culture of freedom. That's what we're fighting about here. And that's the American idea. And, you saw people like Elon Musk talking about freedom and inspiring young voters to vote for a Republican. Okay, how about we do, as Republicans, we do more of what works?
Well, by the way, Harris only won young people by 6 points. Biden won.
So the two college football teams, Notre Dame and Georgia, that were scheduled to play this evening have been at their hotels throughout the morning, and they will stay at their hotels for the remainder of the day. They are on lockdown. No one is leaving, and people are not entering the hotels.
By 21 points. I have a different answer. As I said earlier, I believe that we will fix this problem in our country when the baby boomers are shoved aside. The baby boomers, as I said earlier, took unbelievable America's promise and squandered it. We are anti-community. These younger generations had shared experiences. They've seen nothing but how institutions and government have screwed them their entire life. That transcends the partisanship. They're much more like the greatest generation than they are the baby boomers in their values. They have much more of a sense of community. And the reason they do is because they know that they're on their own. They can't count on anybody else. And so I'm very pessimistic in the short term, but I'm quite optimistic, as I said earlier, 10 years from now. But one of the things which has changed, Alex, from what you said is we are much less of a mobile country now than we used to be. Up until 10, 15 years ago, people would move to Omaha or wherever for a job. Now, this generation is not moving for a job. They are more European in terms of a balanced life. And so you're seeing companies now that are moving to communities that have the kind of employees that they want to hire. And so I think that maybe it's through the misery and looking at how everybody's been screwed. I think there's a community of interest.
So many companies are moving their facilities to places that are not dominated by urban youths. So much racism in these choices.
Interest of young people that have been coming together because they knew that they were screwed. That's going to rekindle America's promise. And if you look at all of our advantages in our country compared to anywhere else in the world, we are in great shape. We have a rule of law. Hopefully, we'll keep a rule of law. The greatest universities in America. We have the entrepreneurial spirit that is unlike any other country. We're so far winning the race on AI. So I think we have, and then you can take all the problems of all the rest of the countries in the world. So I'm very optimistic, but I think it's going to take us another 10 years to get get the generational change and to hit a tipping point on this inflection point, this hinge moment as we transition to a 21st century digital and global economy. We're already we're a quarter of the way through the century now. And we spent the first 25 years in this transition.
Remember the San Francisco 49ers versus Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl? So I think that was that February of 2012? Wasn't that held in New Orleans? Didn't the power go out? Wasn't there something like a 45-minute delay in the third quarter kickoff? So an incredible amount of just incompetence in New Orleans. And I was debuting my one-man play, Eroticized Rage. And due to that late kickoff, right, I lost all sorts of potential audience members. Right, I delivered this startling, innovative one-man play before a total of audience of 3 people.
Well, that's pretty daunting. But I'm still not clear from your point, Doug, what unites, are you saying that we don't know what's going to unite us going forward?
Well, I think people are going to, first of all, Pat, by the way, if it takes you 30 or 40 years to transition from an agrarian society to an industrial society, if you're in the middle of in the barrel, that feels like a long time. But if you take a step back and say, well, whole society transitioned from an agrarian society to an industrial society in 30 years, 35 years, whatever, that's a very short period of time to make that kind of.
All right. According to the New York Times, federal agents are at the home of the second wife of this Bourbon Street terrorist. She lives in Houston, Texas, and the woman's new husband said that this terrorist, Jabbar, had begun to convert to Islam within the last year and was being all crazy and was kept from having unsupervised contact with his children. FBI so busy hunting down January 6 suspects in Houston that it didn't notice the jihadi terrorists.
Change, but we're in the middle of it. It feels like it's going to go on forever, and we're in the barrel right now.
I'm just curious though, because you're saying it's young people. What is it that?
Oh no, it's community. It's community. There's a sense of community that these people have, and it's a priority for them. They're not moving for a job. They don't want to work 80 hours a week. Their value system is different than the baby boomers, and it's built around community, like the Greatest Generations was.
I'll add something to what Doug is saying. Young people, Democrat, Republican, what are they looking for? What is that uniting idea for them? It's needed more now because of this, because the world is fragmenting, because the old institutions are decaying, all of that. But yet you need an open society and freedom to exhaust it, because if you can't connect in a connected world, if you can't exchange information, if you don't have free speech, then it's like your nervous system, your blood, they don't work, right? If one part of the organism dies, you've got to maintain those open connections. But that also puts a greater pressure on us now to have that big uniting idea. Otherwise, our differences become divisions. And what does that mean? Well, it used to mean faith. It used to mean family. It used to mean a sense of right and wrong, some absolutes that grounded us all. I don't know that you can replace those things. I think you have to, a Democrat has to, what happens if a Democrat comes along and says, my faith is my life? I think we need to restore families, and that we can't let looters rob $900 and walk out of a store. I think we have to have, that's why one of Trump's great advantages was his strength, because he would restore the order that has been destroyed when we evaporated all our institutions. So I don't think it's hard. It may be hard for Democrats because they want everybody to have their own truth. So there's no truth. They want everybody to have their own right and wrong.
So he's talking here about the individual nature of liberalism. So the post-Enlightenment liberal understanding is based on the individual, and the individual gets to choose for himself right and wrong, gets to navigate direction in his life, while from a traditional perspective, right and wrong and duty exist outside of ourselves, and it is our mission to suit ourselves to a morality and a mission and a series of duties that exist outside ourselves. But from the liberal perspective, this is the individualist perspective. The buffered individual identity gets to choose right and wrong all on its own, gets to navigate through the power of reason. Traditional perspectives on life have much less faith in human reason. They believe that we're primarily shaped by our genetics and by our community and by early imprinting. Obviously, I feel much more at home with the traditional perspective on life. I think Elliott Blatt will enjoy this challenge from Lindy Man. For most of history, the rural was healthier than the bloke living in the big city, but that's shifted. Cities are now filled with fit people who diet and obsess over health. So I certainly noticed this on Sydney's most expensive Eastern Shore properties, right? Very few obese people on the eastern suburbs of Sydney, and not many obese people in Westwood, Bel Air, Beverly Hills. Marc Andreessen is often a voice of centrist common sense.
The majority of the Supreme Court from before. So, sort of all four of the formal branches of the government, kind of being taken all at once. And so I think it's a big shock. And then obviously just the arc of Trump coming back is a giant blow to a lot of the old psychology. And then I think, so I've kind of two thoughts on this, the surface level one and the deep one. So surface level one is just like, I think things just went too far. And I think kind of everybody knows that things went too far. A lot of people just know things went too far. And so people ended up with basically indefensible positions, like that basically there shouldn't be a border and the criminals should be allowed to run wild. Like it's just not, people should be allowed to just, be set fire to in the subway. Like it's just not I think a lot of people are trying to dismount from that. So that's one. And then the specific thing that's happened as a result of that is the Democratic Party over the last 6 weeks is immediately starting after the loss has basically descended into what I think is accurately called a civil war, where they themselves are trying to figure out basically what the path forward is. And you have, you have the current chair of the DNC saying we need to go even harder left. You have people like Rahm Emanuel and Richie Torres and others saying, no, quite the opposite. We have to come back to the center and come back to common sense. And so I would be suspicious that it's
So who is this woman who leads the New Orleans Police Department? Right, Anne Kirkpatrick, this elderly woman, she's an instructor for the FBI's leadership training program where she instructs on bias and diversity. She is the chief of the New Orleans Police Department and a DEI teacher. Right, once again, DEI is a danger to the security of our country.
a plot and they're about to jump out at the inauguration or something. But I think in reality, I think Democrats are having it. Certainly all of my friends who are Democrats are telling me that there's a very sort of severe internal kind of fight that's happening. And by the way, this in American politics, this has happened before. In my lifetime, this happened in 1980, which is when Jimmy Carter got beaten by Ronald Reagan. And the Democratic Party basically went into a paralyzed state where it tried to figure out whether to go, even more extreme to the left than it had in the 60s and 70s, or kind of come back to the.
And Molly Hemingway writes, Christopher Wray, head of the FBI, Merrick Garland, head of the Justice Department, chose to direct the FBI and DOJ's attention on Catholics, pro-lifers, school parents, election protesters, all the while missing yet another terror attack.
The center, and by the way, it took them 12 years to win another presidential election, which required coming back to the center. But it took them 12 years to do that. And I think a lot of my Democratic friends are basically trying to say, how do we shortcut that process? So I think that's part of what's happening. But I think the other part of what's happening is it's actually, I really believe this. I think a lot of what's happening right now is basically the effects of all of the censorship And so you have basically these sort of elites that we're talking about, this managerial class, the sort of, people who have been in power for the last 4 years in particular, people who have been running large institutions. They got used to being on the side of censorship, and they got used to wielding censorship as a tool against their enemies in the form of these sort of things like, again, Orwellian things, hate speech, misinformation, so forth. There's a big obvious problem with censorship, which is it's a violation of literally the American way of life. It's a violation of the principles of Western civilization, of everything that makes our society great. This idea you're going to basically prevent other people from speaking. So there's that. But I think there's actually another problem with it, which is it actually causes you, the way I describe it is it causes you to mount a denial service attack on your own epistemic ability to understand reality. Right. Like if, in other words, basically, if you have the ring of power that basically says you can define anything contrary to your current beliefs as hate speech and misinformation, then you will never receive valid counterarguments to your own views.
Yeah.
And then sort of that's the sort of intellectual equivalent of taking a hose, hooking it up to the exhaust pipe of your car and jamming the other end straight into your mouth. Right. Which is just like you're just going to breathe your own exhaust forever. And if you're only breathing your own exhaust, if you're only believing yourself, right, and people who are like you, and you're never listening to contrary information, right, because it's hate speech or misinformation, it's been censored.
Dean Phillips, the Democratic congressman who ran against Joe Biden in the Democratic primary in early 2024, he says America's New Year's resolution must be the ending of the tolerance of disorder. Enough already. Number one, we need the reinstitutionalization of those who cannot live on their own and who pose threats to the public. 2, we need harsh sentences for any crime of violence. And 3, we need intensive public service sentences for nonviolent crimes. Seems pretty commonsensical.
Then there is no limit to how crazy you can get because there's no governor, right? You are not required to stay in contact with reality. And so I think the censorship basically regime worked for these people for quite a while. And then starting probably, 3 or 4 years ago, it actually stopped working. And it's led them into a set of policies that are just bananas. And so a big thing that I think that they really have to do is rip off the Band-Aid and stop with all that and get back to being, get back to being able to mark your beliefs to market, right? To reality, just like every business person has to. Will they do that? I don't know. But I would say they're in the beginning stages of that. I certainly hope they do it. It will be obviously much better for us as a country if they do it. I know a bunch of Democrats who are, I think, very smart and very strong and who are, working on this very hard. And I hope they succeed.
Well, I even see AOC doing some listening and learning to, about what happened in the election. And, she's going to have a kid and maybe she moderates a bit. At the same time, the pro-Luigi Mangione faction, the pro-killer, that sort of sentiment doesn't make one excited about the future of the party.
Let me just fast forward some good moments here in this Marc Andreessen conversation.
Kind of clue of like culture versus counterculture is who's funny, right? And of course, the culture is never funny, right? Because the culture is totally serious, right? The culture is like absolutely the way things are and can never change and can never ever be the subject of a joke, right? Which is like the most threatening thing in the world to somebody in power is humor, is a joke, is being ridiculed and undermined. So the counterculture is the funny one, right? So therefore the phenomenon of a Saturday Night Live or something like that, which was all, which was irreverent. It was irreverent and funny because it was challenging the dominant culture. And especially if you go back and watch the original Saturday Night Lives from like the 1975. I watched the very first one a while ago just to see it. I'd never seen it. And literally it's like what they used to call it. What was it? They had these terms like sit in, and then I think they had like, I don't know, what was it, like love in, but it was literally like, it was like a circular thing. Everyone was just like all hippies. It was just like 100% hippies. And then they're basically sitting, it's a circular stage and they're literally all sitting around with their legs crossed as these young kids come out with all these irreverent counterculture jokes. Of course, in our time, we could debate when the inversion happened, but it certainly happened by Obama and probably before that, where, it flipped and the counterculture became the culture.
Yeah. When Stephen Colbert stopped being funny or Jon Stewart stopped being funny.
Yeah, when that kind of comedy went from there's actually a term, when it went from laughter to what they call clapter. Yeah. Right? Actually, comedians talk about this. There's two responses. There's two responses to comedian on staging from the audience. One is you can get laughter, and the other is you can get applause. Yeah. And if you're a real comedian, you always want laughter, and you're horrified if you ever get applause. Because if you see applause, it implies that you have said something that basically where you want approval from the audience, and basically, right, where you're appealing to the dominant norms, and the audience was rewarding you for your compliance to the dominant norms.
Yeah.
And so like a real comedian is horrified when he gets he just wants laughter. And of course, the thing that generates laughter is something true, right? Yeah. The thing that generates laughter is something true. The thing that generates applause is something that everybody is required to agree with, right? Those are like the opposite concepts, right? And so, yeah, when late night comedy, such as it is, or what it used to be referred to, went from laughter to clapter, like the humor drained straight out of it. It became basically state media. It basically became state media, right? It became basically reinforcing every night the set of the preference falsification, the set of things that you must believe, the set of things you must say even if you don't believe them, and then certainly attacking people who say things that should not be said. And so this incredible, they have become this incredible mechanism of cultural enforcement, quite regime media. And it's amazing, by the way, it's amazing because it happened to literally all of them.
Yeah.
Right. It didn't happen to one of them. It happened to all of them, right? At the exact same time. That's what all the newspapers turned into and all television news turned into, right? And every university, right? And every foundation, like they just all went like straight into this lockstep. Anyway, so long-winded way of saying, now we're in a very interesting spot, right? Which is, okay, so like, I always think the question behind your question is like, okay, now for the next whatever period of time, what's culture and what's counterculture? I think it's going to be really interesting to see, like if the left gets really funny again, it's going to be a sign of a couple things. One is this going to mean that the right is ascendant, right? So the right is becoming the culture again, and then the left is going to respond with humor. And so maybe that's the thing to look for, is when when Saturday Night Live gets funny again, like that will be a significant turning point moment. So that's one. Is that going to happen? I don't know. I think there's going to be to your point, I think there's going to be a big swing here for a while of a much more, I mean, there is now already, obviously, patriotism, American flags, pride in the country, by the way, veneration of the military, by the way, veneration of the police, pride in law enforcement, pride in civil order. Yeah. And then obviously, coupling that with, obviously pride in free speech, free association. Yeah. And not having to lie. And so that, there'll be a lot of that. What will that be balanced by? I'm not sure. By the way, will that go too far? Are we going to be sitting here in, out of 5 or 10 or 15 years saying, oh my God, we've reverted back to 1982 or something. And it feels like this crippling monoculture the other direction, kind of back to that. I don't know. I kind of doubt it. I think maybe the internet. Yeah, I kind of doubt it. I mean, number one is like, we kind of had that. You don't tend to get the exact same thing again. And then the other thing is like, look, the form of media itself has changed. And so, this is like a classic line of Marshall McLuhan, which is, the culture is shaped not just by the content, but by the actual medium itself. And what we think of as like 1960s through 2000s culture was very determined by the specific form factor of television. And that's never going back in the box, like ever. Actually, somebody made an argument on X the other day that I thought was very striking. I forget who it was, but it was very bright, and said, there's a case to be made that 2020 may have been the all-time peak of top-down authoritarian message control for the rest of time. Right? You mentioned like what that felt like, right? Yeah, like how intense that felt, and we all lived through that. But the argument this person made was that was the point when, number one, TV was actually still relevant, like TV still mattered, which clearly is like collapsing right now. Like TV was still hanging in there. And then the other was the internet censorship regime was still fully intact. Right. Yeah. So it's this pre-Elon buying X, and it's when the government was just like doing their full-scale censorship campaigns and forcing the social media companies to censor. And basically the argument goes that in the last 4 years, both of those basically preconditions for that level of sort of thought control have collapsed. TV is never going to recover. Like it's on its way to zero, right? You see that very clearly now in the ratings. And then the internet is never going to get re-centralized the way that it was before. It's always going there. It may come under more pressure in the future than it's under now. Like there may be more censorship in the future, but at least the theory goes, certainly it's not going to get back to how crazy, how ruthlessly effective the sort of crazy censorship was in 2020. So I don't know, maybe that's a white pill, which is whatever we're going to get. It won't be that.
I remember we've been laughing about this sort of, I think it's a South Park clip. Maybe it's a Netflix executive. They're sort of, showing one of the shows that they're creating. And then someone is saying, put a gay woman in it or put a black woman in it. Just sort of a parody of kind of the sort of pandering that these networks have done. And, we've talked about sort of the Silicon Valley vibe shift. I'm curious if there is or might be a vibe shift in Hollywood. And I know you're obsessed with Hollywood and enjoy, sort of movies that portray how messed up, sort of sanctimonious, but hypocritical Hollywood has been. Do you see any sort of self-awareness there or just, spiraling?
Yeah, no, I see a lot. So I should start by saying I actually have a lot of friends in that industry, and I say that because I'm going to refer to things that people have told me behind the scenes, and I just don't want any specific person to get blamed for it.
Yep.
So these are, I'll just give you the gestalt view, but I do talk to people in that world a fair amount. So one is I think they went even more over the top on all this stuff than we did in tech. Like I think it got even more extreme, and I think that you can see that in a whole bunch of ways, but the clearest way is the quota system. The DEI quotas got even more extreme, and so the major studios, if that's even possible, the major studios literally put out statements of literally 50% quotas in all these jobs, both in front of the camera, behind the camera. And again, like I just just a surface reading of that is those are all completely illegal, but they didn't hesitate for a second when the fashion became to put them out. The quota systems and all that stuff became very extreme, and then obviously the content changed radically and became very kind of ideological and politically loaded. So that went very over the top. Behind the scenes, essentially, at least in the last 3 years, I think most of the people in positions of responsibility behind the scenes in private basically think it went it just all went way too far.
Yep.
And they were saying that a while back. And I think part of that is just, they were kind of aware of what had happened and they didn't like it, but they didn't like the consequences on the product that they make. And then also part of that is things just started to fail. It's like one thing to make, a bad movie or something. It's another thing to make a movie that loses money, right? In that system, legitimately so, because these things are expensive to make. And there have been a long run now of high profile projects that have tanked very badly for, what certainly look like reasons related to what we're talking about. And then you've also had these anomalous successes. And the big one, of course, was the Top Gun sequel, which was just this stratospheric home run, which is basically as direct a 1980s throwback as you could possibly get. And just a good old fashioned, unabashed, pro-American, patriotic, pro-military, America's a source of a form of moral good in the world, competence, merit, hyper aggressive people being incredibly ambitious and doing great things. It just as sort of contra the current times as you can get. And it was this giant hit and everybody loved it. And so there's that. And so about a year and a half ago, the sort of word went out, maybe 2 years ago now, it's been a little bit, but the word went out. The code in Hollywood for the last couple of years has been dad shows or dad movies. And you've probably seen some of these. And so it's like the Reacher show on Amazon is an example, or the other one is with the Terminal List, the really dark Navy SEALs show, I think also on Amazon. And so dad shows has been a double meaning. It's something that you can say.
And Taylor Sheridan shows all about corrupt institutions.
Because you're well, dads are a market segment. And so we need to, the streaming services try to appeal to all markets.
I watched the 2 Taylor Sheridan movies, Sicario and Sicario 2, last night. And it was just clarifying. It was strengthening. It doubled my testosterone levels.
Segments, and so we need to go get the dads. But of course, what it means underneath that is not woke.
Right.
Right, because the dads don't want they don't want the lectures, they don't want the preaching. What they want is to see a guy going around killing bad guys, good old fashioned.
You're probably wondering, what does Frank Luntz have to say about 2024 and looking ahead to 2025? So this was done a day ago.
New Year's broadcast, New Year's Eve, I guess. We're not going to be here tomorrow. So this is the last hour we're going to spend together at the end of a wild year in politics. Think of what we've gone through since the beginning of the year. From Des Moines, where we were packing our bags about a year ago right now, to Manchester, Super Tuesday, the early states, Butler, Pennsylvania, Milwaukee. Joe Biden drops out of the race. We're in Chicago. Straight through an election that turned so many expectations on their heads. And of course, it happened in a year in which we watched the Speaker of the House dispatched, fired by members of his own conference. And so much division that followed. When our great producers asked me, who would you like to talk with on the last show of the year? We didn't have to think very hard about it. I said, Frank. Frank Luntz, founder, CEO, FIL, Inc., political strategist. I'm supposed to say celebrity pollster too, right? Frank, it's great to see you. I hope the holiday season is going well for you. Happy New Year in advance. With everything that I just said, is our nation more or less divided now than it was at the beginning of the year?
Well, here's what's interesting. And you and I spent an afternoon in the freezing cold of Des Moines, Iowa. Your set was only 1 block from my hotel, and I almost didn't make it. And now we end the year still so angry, with half of America in disbelief and the other half celebrating, looking ahead to 2025 as being the best year ever. Are we divided? Yes. Are we polarized? Yes. Is there pressure to bring us together? Not really. Now, that said, let me give you 3 findings over the last few days. Number one is that Donald Trump's popularity, his favorability is higher now than it was when he became president back in 2017. Number two, there are groups within the electorate, particularly Latinos, younger men, union members, who are considering voting Republican more so now than they ever have in modern times. And number three, the Democrats are divided as to what to do, how to move forward. And the only advice I can give them as we end this year is this idea of being the resistance is not what America wants. Even those that did not vote for Donald Trump don't want resistance. What they want is an alternative vision, an alternative approach. And everyone across America watching right now want results, results that they can count on, results that are both meaningful and measurable. That's what the American people are asking for.
Well, so then would it be a misstep for Democrats to not help elect a Speaker of the House on Friday, knowing that Mike Johnson has 4 votes to play with, Frank?
Well, Hakeem Jeffries is one of the best communicators in America today. And he has the ability to reach across the aisle. Whether he chooses to, the answer is probably no, because he has a different point of view than the Republicans. And it's not the job of the Democrats to help the Republicans. That said, it would be a shock and to tens of millions of Americans a disappointment if the Republican Party, after waiting this long to have a president, a Senate, and a House, end up tearing themselves apart. The American people want you to stand up for your convictions. They don't want you to give up on your beliefs. But they even more so want to get things done. On immigration, they want to solve the border. On prices, they want to do policies that affect affordability. And they're just tired of this yelling and screaming in Washington, D.C. That's the message that they need to take home this New Year's Eve.
Well, so are we going to find a Republican conference that is united on Friday? Where, of course, that's the intrigue right now, is whether we're going to have multiple rounds. Maybe Mike Johnson can't survive the Tom Masseys or Chip Roys of the world, depending on how they end up voting. Or is there some real discord inside this Republican Party, despite the mandate that Donald Trump talks about?
There is discord. And when your majorities are barely over a minority, you have nothing, you have no give. And the fact is that the public does support most of the Republican positions. But mark my words, you can play this tape again, December 31st, 2025. If they do not solve the border issue, if they do not bring down and permanently address affordability, and if they continue to fight among each other rather than get stuff done, the public will punish them. On the reverse, or on the contrary, if they do solve these challenges, you can see a Republican majority for years to come.
Producers are pulling that cut right now, Frank, to play back a year from now. When you consider what we're left with here at the end of this year, I can't talk to Frank Luntz without getting philosophical. I just walked through a couple of pretty wild stages that we all experienced in the world of politics this year. They included 2 attempted assassinations. Of course, a lot of arguing, Frank, and a lot of uncertainty as we went into this election. What is the electorate left with? How do we feel? Where are the bruises and the wounds that could be exposed in the new year?
We have okay, I'm going to just make everything worse. So if you want to be excited and optimistic, you need to, I don't want to tell anyone to turn off their TV or their radio, but this is not going to go well for you. We have a lower degree of trust and confidence in our institutions than at any time in 40 years. We do not believe we're being told the truth by the media, by journalists, by the politicians, and the various elites in America. And finally, we are of the belief that the country is seriously off on the wrong track, although those numbers have begun to change in the last 2 months. I've been doing this now for over 35 years. And have not seen a time of more anger and division. But what concerns me the most is 2 data points. A third of America don't believe that they are invested in the future of the country, and 2/3 of America believe that their country is not invested in their own future. That is horrific. We need to address that, not just for right now, but for the long term, because in the end, our economic success depends on it. Our political, our democratic institutions depend on trust and confidence. We have to get to the truth, and we have to do so now, because we've done so much damage to our politics and to our faith and confidence in the future. It's time to turn that around.
Well, let's talk about who's invested in America, because as we've discussed, Frank, you spent a lot of time at West Point, and you've conducted some fascinating conversations with the cadets there, focus groups that we can learn a lot from. You just had one recently that I had a chance to watch, and it was inspiring. And you asked the cadets in the room, tell me what you love about America. Here's a sample of what Frank heard.
Tell me what you love about this country.
The values, that we are a country built on values. We all here, officers and the cadets, swear an oath to the Constitution, that not to a president, not to a leader, and that the standard in America, because we're based on values, is set so high that we're striving towards more perfection.
So you just mentioned the Constitution. This is the single greatest misconception I think Americans have, is that they don't realize that that's where your oath is. What does the Constitution mean to you?
America. The Constitution means America because the Constitution is the very soul of America. That's what it is. When the Constitution and its ideas were first written over 200 years ago, it was an experiment. It was an idea. They didn't know it was going to work. Just like with the revolution, they had no idea if it was going to work or not. But they had the dream and they had the hope. And for me, that inspires my dreams and my hopes.
Our future leaders talking with Frank Luntz at West Point. Frank, short of our listeners and viewers all enlisting in the military on this New Year's Eve, what should they learn from this?
That there is a group of young people, and I swore I was not going to get emotional because it's the end of the year. I want you to have me back. But they inspire me, and they should inspire the country. Service with character and sacrifice, a commitment to the Constitution, not partisanship, not politics, but the most important document in global history. These cadets work harder, train harder, and make a greater effort for the country, and they do so because they love their country. And they will protect each other, and they protect us. Let me give you one phrase, the Army-Navy game. I wasn't too happy about the outcome this year, but this is the only game that is played where the people on the field commit to defend everyone in the stands and everyone watching. The people on the field will give their lives for the people watching. That's West Point. That is what makes America great, and thank God and God bless these cadets.
Wow, and we have a tie game now, 24-24, Texas versus Arizona State.